Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's another night of the VCS, and we're keen to bring it all to you here at VCS English. Yesterday was one amazing series and one series, I suppose. But we still had a lot of fun with it. What was your guys' reaction to yesterday's games?
I don't want to talk about it.
Which part?
Well, let's talk
The
about the
part that
first series.
we were
Let's
left
talk
with.
about the first series. Marby, you were casting it, so let's get your ways take. How did you? What did you think of Garmin SGB?
Oh, it was a super exciting series. It lived up to more than we expected. I was considering my predictions yesterday at the morning and looked at the series. I was like, oh, I really want to predict a 2-1, but I feel like Gum is going to 2-0. But I just went with the 2-1, and then we actually saw SGB put out the draft Divana and destroy Gum with the top lane Vayne in game 2. So it was an amazing series. I had a lot of fun watching it, and thank you very much to Marby and Rebel for casting that one. Definitely
Yeah, it's a good cast.
sweeten up my morning.
Absolutely. And Marby, I won't make you dwell on it. But series 2, what went wrong?
I don't want to talk about it. Oh god, Sky did not show up to play. They did not look at all coordinated. We saw that. I mean, the positive I can say is that the players still look like they know how to play League of Legends. Gloria's still fine in lane now. I mean, they can.
It's a stretch.
Can they can. They're fine as individual players. They just have absolutely no coordination. They are talking to each other in different languages. They're not.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised
To
by
sum
the
it up-
hairline not receding on Carrick's head there. For
Thankfully,
judging by
I've got a lot of spare hair, so it falls out from
Combed
the back
over.
first.
Nice.
I mean, look, I'll put it this way. I've never I had a moment on that cast where I got really angry, and that was the most genuine anger I've ever had at the VCS. I've gotten pissed off at teams before, but that was by far the most genuine anger I've ever put out in this league. But yesterday, it's yesterday's news, shockingly enough. That's how that works. Passage of time. It's linear. But we are on to today. We have another 2 fantastic series to bring you. First up will be Team Flash taking on Luxury. And let's be honest, these teams are not doing the best. They're on a bit of a losing streak. So what's been going wrong?
Well, for Team Flash, it's a little bit of a weird affair. They started so strong against SGB of all teams to actually look very decent, and then just small things not going their way. Yoshin not being able to bring all the champions in the mid lane. They don't really know whom to play in the in some of the positions. Top lane Marcus, yes, he's good at laning, but is he good at the rest of the game? It's all just a little bit short. I wouldn't say it's like a condemnation of this team, and I'm still going to predict them today because this is basically my last test of faith for this lineup. But yeah, it wasn't as great as I wanted them to be. They're not terrible. They don't look like Sky. They still have some coordination issues, but also some glimpses of good coordination showing. But yeah, overall, a little bit worse than I expected them to look.
I think you could give them a little bit of leeway on strength of schedule.
That's true.
They came in, they beat SGB, and that looked really good. And they've only lost to Cerberus and Flash, the other two top. Garnet, the other 2 top teams. So that's not bad. It's not necessarily bad to lose to those teams. That doesn't really indicate you're a bad team. And they held up pretty well, I think, in those series overall.
Let's move over to the Luxury side, though. Marby,
Yeah.
what's been
Yeah.
going wrong for the lads in purple?
I'm not sure. I can't really pinpoint exactly what it is that's not working out for them, but it just overall it doesn't seem to be clicking quite as well. So what we have? We saw them beat Sky day 1. That looked fine. They looked pretty good there. Buffalo was close, but SBTC, they had a good game 1, and then I think it's a little bit of draft. But against FPTC, they also played, in my opinion, the wrong bot lane. They played Shine H3, so maybe that's just a symptom. Maybe they gave them some reps against a projected bad team because SBTC had a pretty horrific week 1. And then they just went, oh, what the hell? This team has improved greatly. What are we doing? But overall, I think it's a little bit of draft issue, a little bit of this team fight coordination issue. But I don't think there's nothing that I'm like, this is the obvious glaring issue that needs to be fixed. But there's also not the this team is just losing in every sort of across the board.
So, if I can chime in just a little bit, I think I agree with you with the Vlad being like a misdraft. They basically lost game 2 against SPTC in draft with Vlad being utterly useless. But then game 3, the huge problem was twofold. I thought they tilted once again. We know they're the tilt proneness, as even Killer Queen came into our Discord at 6-1, I believe, in winter and said the whole team is doomed. Their mental is boom, which is ridiculous. Looking at the setting, or was ridiculous at that point in the season. So I think game 3 they were tilted, number 1, and 2 they played way too individualistic. So in that game they got the Veigar, and lasers individually looked fine on Veigar, but they never had any sort of coordination. They ran into the bot side, river, one by one, funneled into the enemy team, and Veigar got the first kill, but then everyone died. So they actually got ultra stomped in that game through bot lane, and I do agree with you as well that bot lane is a huge issue, and they need to figure out right now.
Well, in terms of fixing issues, draft, you both identified as the issue, honestly, for both of these teams. So let's see if they can tighten it up as we do head over to the first draft of our series. Luxury will be on the blue, Flash on the red. Lee Sin, Thresh, Twisted Fate are going to be the first bans. What other champions do you think need to be removed here, Marby?
I feel like there's nothing that's particularly glaringly obvious. I wouldn't mind seeing depending on who's in the bot lane for Luxury, a Jhin ban, as weird as it sounds, might not actually be that far astray, because either way, it's actually been a very strong pick for both of these teams to give them that setup for easy dives so Killer Queen can make his way down there and then move that pressure to gold advantage to the rest of the map. So that might be an option, but I think you're more likely going to see something like the Zeri off this ban list.
Veigar is open. So we see either Zeri or Veigar. Oh, both are open. I really like this move from Flash.
Trade.
So we're gonna see a Zeri today. That's super exciting. Oh, or maybe not. Might be the case of VCS draft.
So there is a possible chance, considering it was a Viego ban, that they were like, we meant to hit Veigar, who is right next to it.
Nope. Zeri has been first pick, completely unsurprising.
Good. This is the lineup I want to see.
Okay, Yoshino in top lane. But Rise being locked in immediately, and they don't pick the Veigar. Whoa, Flash?
Yeah, Flash.
Luxury can just pick the Veigar and they're in draft heaven. Oh no, your way. I'm spooked.
Yeah.
I'm a little spooked.
So I am a little bit concerned about the Zeri pick for Luxury, because as we identified in the pre-game, bot lane not their strong suit, not their strong point in the map. They like to play through top side. Zeri can kind of be that sort of... Oh, Veigar just doesn't exist today, apparently. But Zeri can play this role of just skating AD that doesn't actually participate in the early game, but it is dangerous. She doesn't have the greatest of laning phases, and yes, we are on 12-2. She's not only broken, she is utterly broken. She's like 12-2 was 57% win rate or whatever, so when you can, you should pick Zeri, but I am still a little bit concerned for them here.
I think we are seeing one of the things that the VCS has happened way too often, and if I could fix one thing with the VCS, it would be this. They don't update their patch often enough. You now have the coaches that are looking at other regions, scrimming with other regions, and obviously the players playing solo queue 2 patches ahead. Of course they're not going to pick Veigar. He's amazing on 12-2. He's not that great on 12-4, and he got nerfed on 12-3.
4 actually, I think.
He got nerfed on
12-4. Sorry, 12-4. But regardless,
a lot of the nearby regions
his current state is not as strong as it was on 12-2. This is why there's these meta misreads. VCS, update your patch. I hate it.
To be fair,
Also-
LPL is also playing on 12.2 still, as far as I know. So
No, they're 12. They just went to 12.3.
okay, fair enough. But until like a few days ago. So Veigar is coming in the second rotation. 2 control mages banned against Blazes, which shouldn't really impair him too much because he likes to play all sorts of champions. Can go aggressive. There are not so many top tier mid lanes available still, but Victor is still open. So I'm not sure about these mid lane bans when you just leave Victor open for the taking. And Blazes is an amazing Victor player, so Flash seems to have misdrafted a little bit to me.
Yeah, I see the
Also, ADC counterpick
Orianna is
as
weak.
well.
Yeah, so you are probably looking for something that will sort of look to abolish the Zeri's abysmal early lane. But you're still kind of looking for, but it's not going to be something as basic as Caitlyn. This sort of signals to me. I think it's
But
just
can
sort of
either,
looking to see what across the board and what else is there. That
Can either of
go
you
in there. Do want
explain-
something a bit more modern?
can either of you explain why you picked the Jace as R4 instead of just picking your ADC? You already know it's a Zeri on the other side.
It's the Samira angle.
And then getting a solo lane counterpick. I don't understand why. I know if they're just gonna pick the Kai'Sa and Slater.
I mean, I think it's a setup for Samira.
It's not I don't think this is a terrible pick, but I think in terms of how they've actually done this draft, I think this is a real.
I don't
shocker
actually
for
mind it
Flash.
too much. I don't mind it too much. I think if you want to pick the Jace, you don't need to counter-pick Jace. Jace doesn't really have any real counters apart from those teamfight counters, but in lane he's fine against anything. So, and especially Kota doesn't really play Aurelia, so that's not really an issue. But yeah, I feel like they were trying to set up a draft for Samira into Zeri. I've seen it sometimes played as a little bit of a counter pick in lane, but now they went away from it in the end. So
See, I was always thinking Kai'Sa was the way to go because Kai'Sa has a fairly early strong hard push with the Q.
That's true.
That's just how it is. And Samira also has a garbage laning phase, and then you get outscaled by Zeri. So
wait, what?
Samira angles are always bad against Zeri. Plus, Leona is actually probably one of the better ones at shutting it down. It just seems like a bad. I mean, please just stop playing Samira. She's pretty much there is pretty much never a good angle for her.
I mean,
But-
I personally really like Samira, so I always want to see the Samira.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
she's
I
flashy,
don't
she's
think
not
Samira's
good.
that bad.
Overall, I do agree Flash came out with an okay draft, but that seems to be a consistent thing with the VCS, that they get decent, nice looking drafts, but when you actually watch the ordering, it's like, why did you pick that there? Why that there?
Yeah, exactly.
it's-
That's my problem with it. I don't think the draft they've assembled is actually terrible. I just don't like the way they did it. And I mean, you set up the Zeri Veigar trade and then just didn't take the Veigar. That's worrying. But regardless, I do need predictions from both of you. You've got time to justify them as well, but your way, who wins game 1?
I actually really like Flash's draft. I agree with Veigar, but it would be nice, but Ryze is super good as well, so I think Flash is gonna win this and Kota is gonna end in Akali.
And Marby, who wins game 1?
Flash have either won the game at 15 minutes or they lose.
And who are you picking?
No, probably Zeri.
I mean, what team? What team are you picking, Marby?
Oh, one with Zeri, luxury.
Okay, you didn't say that. Regardless, we will be going to our casters. Middlecott, Rebel, take it away.
Oh, it is great to be here. Thank you very much, Carrix, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, I'm Middlecott, joined by Rebel Fox for the first game. Well, for all of the games of this series between Luxury and Team Flash. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Every morning I get to wake up at like 4 a.m. Well, actually, I wake up at like 3 a.m. to prepare for this kind of thing. And there's nothing that's better as an alarm clock than knowing that we're going to have to scream about VCS ruining their draft every single time. And our analyst desk, obviously, they purely showed why it is that I'm able to wake up every morning.
Yeah, so I kind of want to pick your brains a little bit on that.
Sure.
The Kaiser pick for Slater, not a champion that we've really been seeing through the first half of this year. And as someone who hasn't had the fortune of casting and watching many VCS games, is this a specific pick for this player, or is this something that he's pulled from kind of nowhere?
Well, first off, Slater's back in the day was actually a very good ADC inside the VCS, and this is one of his picks that he loves to go to. Now, depending on who you ask, specifically if you ask Yoei, one of our desk analysts, he would say that he should never pick this champion and instead should be on Ezreal, which is fair, because he's an amazing Ezreal player, and his Kai'Sa has had its moments, right? But this is something that he's already done, I believe, during the course of this season. Not just the Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa into Zeri specifically as a response to the champion, or at least we've seen it here in the VCS. I know Mobby touched into the theory of like the wave clear and the Q, especially when you get the upgrade, and the possibility of being able to one-tap Zeri in one swift combo. There aren't a bunch of ADCs who are capable of doing that from the range that Kai'Sa does. I'm assuming that's the main reason that Slater wants something like this.
That makes a lot of sense to me, and I think people have been looking for a champion that can sort of hard counter the Zeri in that way. So maybe the Kai'Sa ends up being it.
I wouldn't put your faith into it. I'm sure Yoei wouldn't mind you not putting your faith into it either. But Slater's very good. They have a solid bottom lane between he and Artie. I'm in high respect.
Oh no! We've already got the VCS dive. It's 3 minutes in, and we've got first blood traded over. Vin's gonna stand under the tower and die as Artie gets the weirdest double kill I've seen in a while.
That's okay. All right. I guess we're starting off on very strange foots. I don't know how in the world Killer Queen ended up not taking the aggro after the tower play had come through, but the fact that Zeri ended up grabbing it does cost them a little bit. Thankfully, like you said, the double kill goes to Artie, the first blood goes to Artie, and the only kill that goes to Luxury does go on to the Jarvan. So there's some benefits here. Like it's double kill onto the support for one kill onto the jungler. It's not great, but it's something. Slater with an amazing flash there also to save this play. It stalled out. The turret got to kind of ramp up and ended up being the reason that Vit ended up dying in this play. So ultimately, I think about as well played as possible from the side of Flash.
Oh no, Slater's got caught out here. No summoner spells available for Killer Kai'Sa. Vit just needed one more auto, but it's not going to come through. You know what, Rebel? I was told that VCS was quite aggressive. I didn't realize it'd be 3-minute level 2 tower dives aggressive.
So we have like this strange moving average where sometimes we get this kind of aggression and sometimes we don't, but this is apparently a double aggression type game.
Yeah, icky guy. Looking to get some action going on the bot side of the map. Killer Queen here once again as Vit and H3 are going to shove this wave into the tower and then hopefully just back away nice and safely, not take any additional risks, although maybe they look for dive number 2 Electric Boogaloo.
We're going to have to start coming up with better names because I know that's a fantastic theme for 2, but we're going to see 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe over the course of this one. It's an unfortunate situation for your poor voice because oftentimes what'll happen...
Oh, double knock up. That's so clean from Killer Queen. RT escapes under the tower, but the kills are evened up across the board.
Yeah, see, usually we have games that can take us into like 2 kill per minute average, and as of lately, especially in the beginning of the season, we don't get that often. We actually had games that were under like half a kill per minute, so this is picking up the quota. Apparently Luxury and Team Flash, they got the script, and apparently they're supposed to go on a bloodbath today. So I think it's meaningful. I think both Lux and Flash both have very heavy meanings behind what it is that they want to do in the earlier stage, and the Jarvan having an impact towards bottom side, making sure the Zeri, which is supposed to be one of the worst laning champions of the game, is going to get put ahead of this counter pick that was concocted by the side of Team Flash. It's just playing into effectively the game plan that Flash had walking into this one.
And you can see it working. Vid has got himself a minus CS advantage, sort of 10 at this point. Not massive, but pretty good for yourself. And it is Killer Queen who's been making these ganks towards the box side, been making these plays possible. He was one of the players that was highlighted to me as a real star to watch in the VCS.
Definitely the case. We get a bunch of potential star power on both sides of this one. A lot of different teams. This is somebody that you can put a bunch of faith to be able to always count for quite a bit of early playmaking to come through.
Yeah. And Luxury have been one of those teams that has maybe been over-aggressive. Killer Queen now going forward onto Yoshino in the top side. 40% HP on the Jace as they're diving under the tower. The perfect execution, not quite in range, but with the Shuriken flip and the Ignite coated. Grabs the kill, and Killer Queen pops up the shield to survive.
Oh, necessary. And back to bottom side. There is a play. Looks like 4 members found their way into the bottom side where they were able to bring down Vit. So back and forth once again. Team Flash responding in kind to the pressure put on top side. I like this from Ikigai. I know Mobby also talked on the desk about how important it is for Team Flash to get off to an advantage. I don't necessarily even believe they need a pure outright gold advantage, but they do need somebody to play around. That is a bold press of the E button there, H3.
It's probably going to cost you your life, as Ikigai was just clearing out the Krugs, but will happily clear out that Leona. Second kill of the game to Slater. This Kai'Sa counter pick is starting to get a little bit more items. Nogo now chained up in the gravity field, trying to throw out as many spells as possible, but that Chaos Storm does so much damage, and the Death Laser forces the Flash out of the Flash mid laner.
There is nobody that is not fighting 100% of the time here. Okay, that was a really neat use of the ultimate coming through from No-Go to be able to force this dive into the bottom side. Unfortunately, Artie doesn't drop even after the Ignite gets put down, so I'm glad we got a chance to see what that full engagement looked like, because we were trying to figure out what happened with Flash and how they got 2 members into the right position for a gank like that. It's really impressive the way they've been able to do this. It's kind of crazy also the fact that they were able to flex the Rise like this, because traditionally Yashino actually was starting for them in mid lane, and they subbed him out so that No-Go could come in, and they had Marcus in the top lane, and Rise was the go-to champion for Yashino. So seeing this, there had to be even just a speck of doubt in the head of Luxury when they were planning this draft as to whether or not it was going to be Rise top lane for Yashino, whether or not No-Go would take it. But clearly, No-Go decently well equipped with the ultimate to be able to face the roams the way that Yashino had previously.
Oh, Killer Queen going forward onto No-Go in the mid-side. Blazes throwing a load of damage down to Ikigai. Will force the Flash away from Luxury's mid laner, but the kill still goes over to Killer Queen. This is what I was promised, Rebel Fox.
You were promised kills and you were getting kills, Fiddlecott. That's what's going to happen time and time again. We don't even have one of our more kind of seldom teams here. These are 2 of the aggressive teams that like to play quite a bit on the front foot, especially with a comp like this on both sides. I think it makes a lot of sense. I want to praise a little bit of Ikigai right there, because it was easy enough for the conversion kill for Luxury to actually go over to the Victor if nobody puts on pressure. Ikigai's not quite fast enough to stop the gank from coming through, but is fast enough to push back Blazes so that the kill doesn't go onto the Victor. And the difference between having an assist, a kill in terms of like the Victor bucks that you can use to get your upgrades is actually so significant that I think it's definitely worthwhile for Ikigai to have been there, even if it doesn't end up leading to anything except for driving him away.
Yeah, Coty just getting soloed out in the top side by Ikigai. Killer Queen arriving on the scene. No Cataclysm, but you're gonna need more than 4 fancy feet to get out of this one. Ikigai actually just sort of walks away. Okay,
yeah.
Good stuff.
As the support of his top laner who comes back, unfortunately Coded is down from the play that had just happened, where Ikigai came up and got the solo kill. No teleport to speak of either to be able to support that play coming through from Killer Queen. So he just shakes hands with his opposing jungler and says, all right, you can live this time. I'm surprised we're at 9 minutes and nobody has made a Rift Herald swap, because that's another really good way to introduce you to the VCS here, Middlecott. Is we have teams literally throw their entire body into the top side for that Rift Herald, and we'll lose games just flipping that one time and time again. We haven't had that quite yet.
Rebel Fox, why are Blazes and Killer Queen over here?
Red buff.
Yes, red buff. Well, it might cost them a little bit. Killer Queen could flag a drag out, but he chooses to go in and will get shut down. Blaze is now trying to kite onto No-Go, but will just get taken out as well. That was a questionable play.
To say the least. I mean, Coded was already back, or he had died and was walking back to lane. Again, no teleport to support this. Vit and H3 are still in the bottom side. If you've got H3 in the area, the attempt, I suppose, would be just try to push out Vision and make sure that like the top red angle, like the red quadrant of the jungle, is just driven out of for Team Flash, so they could go back to Rift Herald, which is kind of a forward-thinking play.
Diving onto the tower, the perfect execution, and the Ignite will be traded back, but that was pretty sick.
That was pretty nasty from Coded. Coded actually really impressed me. So we have a couple of really solid top laners who play Akali over the course of the season. And one of the ones that impressed me in the preseason over in C Games, which is another tournament that includes a bunch of the professional teams here in VCS, was actually Coded's Akali. Coded's Akali, it was to the point where they were using their original solo queue name, so you couldn't tell who every player was. And we have a player on Saigon Buffalo named Hosmed, who's like a notorious Akali player, and I thought he was Hosmed at one point because of how well he was playing. Yeah, I don't really know what they're doing. I suppose they're going in for Ikigai because they know he's weak, but then the collapse from Yashino, look, Akali's just catching the wave at her own tower. No-Go doesn't have to do anything because the wave's literally in the middle. I don't know what to do, and the picture-in-picture shows even more pressure in the bottom side.
Killer King could have so easily flag dragged out of that situation. Could have so easily opted out and left Blazers to die, but was like, no, I support you. You're my mid laner. You are not going down without my support. A little bit late on the board, but we are starting to see those swaps come out towards this Herald pit. Killer Queen will pick up that objective. Has got a couple minutes to throw this down with some plates.
And this is the bottom side play. I assume this is just Vid dying. Oh, nice Nautilus angle. That's what we like to see. Beautiful, beautiful thing right there. Around the wall, being able to snag that one. That's just a good hook from Artie. It's a tough angle, and I don't think it should have hit. But honestly, if the champion's able to land that, and Artie did that on purpose and not by accident, for whatever reason might be, that was actually a really impressive angle in the hook from Artie to snag him around the corner and force him out. At the beginning of the game was so much pressure put down here. Wow.
You're in a little bit of danger here, but Slater's taking some damage too. Artie's going to tank up the tower and will fall down in the end. No! Pops into the stopwatch! Do they have the time? Do they have the time? They put the W! They're shooting themselves away. H3 is running over with those very swift boots. No! No, Artie! Oh! Spider-Man not quite able to get out of that situation. H3 laughing all the way to the bank with that kill.
Oh, I was in full Saving Private Artie right there mode. It was so close to getting him out of that situation. The stopwatch was gorgeous. The W was gorgeous to get him out of the wave. But the Leona doesn't actually want that. Think about how much resource went into the beginning of the game from Killer Queen to just throw his body into the bottom lane so that they could, not only the dive, but also then the ensuing play afterwards to pick up 2 different kills. Only for them to throw the entirety of that lead on the back of a couple of plays into bottom side now, which has led to 4 deaths on the Zeri. Yes, you have the Trinity Force completed, but the alternative is the Kraken Slayer, and you've got Serrated Dirt done for Slater, so only a handful of auto attacks off the back of the Hail of Blades are necessary to really chip off the entire health bar that Fitz got in front of him. It takes the bottom lane of Luxury was supposed to be kind of like a recipient of resources at a stronger point after some of the early game, but everything that happened all over the, everything that's occurred so far in this bottom side has really driven that completely out of the way.
Well, Rebel Fox, they were definitely the recipient of resources, but the resources were from
The
Team
wrong
Flash.
side. Yes.
Which has led to that sticky situation for Vit that you were just alluding to.
Wow.
Solo turret plate gold onto Slater, as we do have a solo kill in the top side. Not a solo kill. A little bit of a gank from Killer Queen, so getting coated Zakali, some more resources, a little bit more fed is good, but we are starting to see Flash build themselves a not insignificant advantage at this point.
It's a setup now where it appears as though Killer Queen has decided that the bottom lane is no longer, worthy of receiving any kind of resource, which is fair. You're just abandoning them for their own pity at this point. And in return, he's going up towards the top side of the map where they're competing for top tower, mid tower. They drop the Rift Herald there as well. And so it's a trade-off of like bottom lane and Slater on this Kai'Sa gets quite a bit in the bottom side, and their faith is being, it's coming out as like, okay, Kai'Sa can't necessarily win this game, but a very fed Victor, a very fed Akali could definitely remove that Kai'Sa from the equation.
Blaze is forced to flash out in the mid lane. Solar Flare comes down from H3, but doesn't blind out anyone, doesn't stun up anyone. Did just see that Drake taken 14.5 minutes into the game. Good objective priority there, guys.
First straight. Don't get me started on first straight win conditions, man. This league is pretty.
Soul's a while away at this point.
Yeah, Soul's a very long time away. We're 15 minutes in. What do we have? Basically 4 minutes, and then we'd have more dragons beyond that. So we have like minimum 30 minutes is the soul point for Team Flash if they get every single one pretty much on spawn, right? Like that's doing just the basic math behind it. That's assuming Luxury doesn't get anything. They're only down about 2k too, so you can expect more fights. But ultimately, what's going to change this game is some sort of shenanigan, probably around second Rift Herald, that ends up turning things all together, because both teams ending up getting drawn into a fight, which is something to pay attention to. Is what happens on this timer, where the Rift Herald is going to be spawning in a couple of minutes here, whether or not Team Flash and Team Luxury actually decide to make a play for it, because it could actually make a big swing if you grab the Rift Herald on one team and you're able to kind of use it to bring down a tower. It's a big 1,000 lead or 1,000 gold like shift that could potentially come into your pocket. And if you do fight for it, again, like flipping a fight at this point could really change the outcome of the game entirely in one positive way or negative way, depending on whose viewpoint you're looking from.
As Slader is looking for the view part of someone that might soon be dead. Cataclysm invested as the Realm Warp is coming through as well from Nogo, but it's not going to save the AD carry in time. One traded back, though, onto the Leona as Artie has now joined the fray, and Killer Queen taken solo. Coated on the other side, though. Look at his solo out Icky, guys. It's a re-engage, actually, on the bottom half of the fight, but that's not going to go well for Luxury as two members have already fallen down. It's another aggressive play in the jungle for Luxury, but once again, it's Flash coming out on top.
Is Flash pulling more kills than their opposition did, and it ends up being just the 1 for 3. But you can see there's a number of times now where like the 2 solo laners out from Luxury are close to doing a significant amounts of work. Right there, Coded is just a little bit of damage short of bringing down Ikigai. And even in like the 1v3 scenario that he was put into, I think Blazes was extremely close. Burnt 2 flashes off the back of the Chaos Storm, just being dropped on the low members. You can see that at the end of the fight. They're fishing for Slater because again, Slater's the one who's received a bunch of resource. He's 4 and 2 on the Kai'Sa in the course of this game. You can see Coded puts a bunch of pressure into Nogo, but Nogo isn't drawn any further back because Artie has a very nice positioning to kind of close off everything. And you can see this is where Blazes enters. Look at the low health bars here. If he hits a laser onto Nogo, if that ultimate comes out faster and Artie doesn't have flash, 2 members go down to Blazes alone. If he's just got a little bit more damage in his back pocket, if Coded has a little more damage in his back pocket, I'm curious. Ooh, we're getting a lot more.
Slater being caught out again, but it's actually Artie who's going to end up being the target. That means H3 is taking most of his health bar in damage. And it's not an auspicious fight to the start for Luxury, but they do get the first kill as Coated, buying a lot of time with that Shroud. Nogo forced away from the side. Only a single kill thus far. And TPs were invested, so a lot used by Luxury. They are going to be able to pick up Nogo on the other side, you have to imagine. So he's just going to burn down, get poked in the back with that Q from Killer Queen. And Luxury definitely not out of this, still fighting back as the mid lane is now the focus for both teams.
Oh, Killer Queen's still here as well. I don't think the Cataclysm... Actually, Cataclysm is available!
Ikigai forcing him back as he's going forward onto Yoshino, but he doesn't have time to cast the ultimate before he's taken out. Slater grabbing that one. Mid lane tower will fall down for Luxury, but their jungler will be the price that they pay.
It's a bloodbath in this one. We're up to 28 kills at 18 minutes. We're going to hit that 2 kill per minute mark that we so sorely have been missing over the last couple of days in the earlier stages of the week. Something that's always going to rack in my brain now over the course of this game. It appears as though Killer Queen has completely shifted his mindset, which is something kind of incredible to me that a lot of junglers get stuck into, which is you set up a win condition around Vit and H3 at the beginning of the game, doesn't pan out, and instead of kind of like doubling down, tripling down into that and letting your solo lanes go to ruin, he shifted into playing into them, and that's why Coded currently sits on 2 completed items. You're close to a 2nd completed item, and I wonder how much he's going to kick himself if in this game Blazes and Coded end up almost carrying but not quite, and what he could have done with the resources that were spent trying to get Vit and H3 into a better place in this game. And if that bottom side dive, the second gank hadn't actually worked and gone through, what kind of things they could have accomplished with these 2 solo laners in the meantime.
And do you know what, Rebel Fox? I've not had very much time to appreciate the beauty of VCS, but I just love how these teams are constantly hands-checking each other. Every single play that you can envisage, they're going to go for, and sometimes it works out, like grabbing that first kill of the fight. Sometimes you dive under the mid lane tower and you get exploded before you can even use your ultimate. Drake going to be the next focus, the second one of the game, 1 apiece now for Luxury and Flash.
Truly, we get the duality of League of Legends. We have some of the most beauteous plays that you'll ever see here. You get actually some really creative ideas that come through, but then you also have times where somebody goes to a level 2 dive from a Jarvan that ends up being a double kill for Artie.
Ikigai going under the tower. H3 exploded before the pony even gets there. Good stuff for Flash as they take the mid lane tower as well.
Able to force that down. It's big because it seems as though Flash is actually grouping just as fast as possible. Coded. He's a little past his pay grade right now.
We've just found the line. That's where VCS doesn't fight.
Yes, 1v4 in the opposing jungle with no support from your team and no vision. I suppose Coded was able to suss that one out and make sure to know that that was not perhaps the move, that the Chiefs would not be in the fullest support of that one.
Yeah, don't do that, buddy. Not the correct call. We have crested that 20-minute mark, so Baron is now an option for both of these sides. And considering how much damage that I think they've both got, it's a realistic possibility. Nogo now jumped onto by Coated, but without the Shuriken flip, they cannot follow the round warp.
Yeah, tragic. It needed it to actually go in right there, and there's no flash, obviously, on the Akali, so it's easy enough for No-Go to just get out of dodge on that one, but it was a legitimate threat. There's no magic resist on the Rise. There's a lot of health, but Coded rips through that health bar like it's paper at this point, so that's at least one positive thing to come about. Again, side laning is something that they can go back to time and time again. They can play to all 3 lanes because their solo laners aren't that bad on their own, right? Although they are fighting now with no Coded here.
This could be dangerous considering that Slader is on 3 items and Vit is on 1.5. This is a 4v5, which is not going to end well for you, Luxury, if you do hard commit to it. But they're just backing away. HV might be a little bit caught in the river here, but he's just able to walk it out. Artie now going forward with the dredge line. And yeah, there's not much that you can do as the Leona. Actually, they're taking the fight around and Killer Skurgab for first kill. Slader grabs one for himself, though, as he will be able to take down the Jarvan 2, and now Coated is locked up in the backline and doesn't really have an angle to attack this fight. It's a triple kill for the Kai'Sa. I think Baron is a real possibility for Flash now.
There's so many times where there's just like a random mispositioning mistake. There's like a position that looks really good, but it's not quite the angle that you're looking for if you're on the side of Luxury. And it's happened time and time again right there a couple of times. First off, like H3 was just completely out of position in that fight, but without going into the semantics of everything specifically that happened, use of the Rift Herald in the play afterwards is much bigger. Flash is slowly accumulating a pretty big lead off the back of mistakes. This was H3 getting caught more than anything else. Vid in the backline was able to kind of throw a little bit of damage into Ikigai. Coded was trying to turn this one around, but no ultimate on Coded, and the miss of the Shuriken flip meant that there's no way to kill off Slater, so you could just walk forward and fight. The triple kill for the Kai'Sa is a byproduct of just the fight kind of developing around the Kai'Sa with no real threat ever coming around in one collective meeting, right? Blazes was never there with Killer Queen. Coded wasn't there with an ultimate. Vit wasn't able to auto attack. And so Kai'Sa just gets to sit there and auto attack herself. And that's kind of what she's designed to do this game.
And in situations where Luxury often end up approaching these fights from a couple of different angles, that reposition tool of the Killer Instinct means that you can get exactly where your damage is going to be most useful, and we're really starting to see that from Slader. Interesting to see that he's opted towards the Hex Drinker now with that Caulfield's Warhammer, so I imagine that we're going to get that completed into more of Malmortius, as Coated has not got a hope of getting out of that scenario, and now Flash may look to re-engage. That's an unstoppable onslaught forward from Ikigai, but it doesn't really catch anyone. There's a 3-man Cataclysm. Slater repositions to the backside, though, and is looking to just take down Blazes without a hope in hell for the mid laner. Killer Queen is going to be the next focus, as Vit is trying to kite away on the top side of the map, but he's not going to be able to do it, although Ikigai just chases him down in the end, although the Luxury AD carry is still kiting. He's got his first kill of the fight, and possibly we can see a re-engage here. Killer Queen takes out RT. It's still a victorious fight for Flash, but Luxury signs of life.
Yeah, Vit claiming a little bit too much in that fight for what was actually necessary. And think about this, Middlecott, right? I just want to throw this postulation into your brain. Imagine that we didn't have, like, the last 10
Killer
minutes.
Queen?
Okay.
What are you doing?
Oh, God, he's got his AirPods in. He can't hear us. What are you doing? Yeah, see, I was about to praise Killer Queen on the turn right there, and I was about to say, imagine that we didn't have the 10 minutes of gameplay where we're just throwing away lives and fighting 100% of the time, and you walk into this 24-minute fight where a Jarvan Cataclysm locks 3 members into a Chaos Storm from a Victor. That is a winning fight 99% of the time when you're not down 5,000 gold. It's so upsetting to watch, because think about it. These are the situations. They don't have Coded. This is about as dire as it's going to be from the side of Luxury. Ikigai gets into the backline, push off Blazes right here. Look how gorgeous that is. Any other situation with that exact setup, and this looks so much better for the side of Luxury. Eventually, obviously, Vid is able to pull 1 kill and kind of salvage what is a little tiny bit of what happened in the course of this play, but it's just been so much needless fighting again and again from both teams.
Oh no, needless fighting, needless aggression. We're seeing it once again. Slader with a first kill onto Vit. He won't be able to kite out the rest of this one. Killer Queen going to be the next focus, as here comes Blazes, and he goes down in a blaze of, well, not exactly gory. Coated now looking to grab his own hero moment, but will not find it. Luxury kind of just throwing their bodies at Flash at this point, and they are more than happy with that situation.
Yeah, Flash is. I think the majority of their lead has actually been accumulated not through like CSing or towers or anything of the sort, but it's mostly been through just kills. They're up 13 kills over top of their opposition, and a large part of that has led to the ramifications of objectives going down, turrets going down. It's so much space on the map that's being granted just because Luxury can't seem to find like the pull-off button. It's so weird. Luxury is known for aggression, right? Like they are. There's nothing saying that they aren't, but this is like so far into needless aggression. This is not what we were remembering from Luxury. This is like Luxury from the first season they were in the VCS, which is when they had won out through the promotion tournament, and then they just completely fell flat on their face. They looked like a team that was beyond exciting, and then out of nowhere, the team just completely failed across the board. And this is what they kind of looked like. It was like needless aggression, unnecessary like risks that were being taken. At least their top laner wasn't named Ken, and we weren't memeing about how he gets 3 points every game because he was literally winning games for the other team. But this is such a really hard thing to watch because, again, this is not the Luxury we've become accustomed to over the last split or so.
And it's Flash engaging this fight here, but it's ultimately Luxury that choose to opt in. Coated coming here at the back half, going kind of 1v9 almost, and nearly makes it happen, but...
that seems to be the theme this game. I feel like every player has had this moment where they're like, I'm gonna 1v9.
Oh, they're thinking about it here, popping over the wall as the fight's going to begin. But all 5 members of Flash are here. Luxury were looking for a flank, but I don't think it's going to pan out in their favor. The first kill of the fight goes over to Team Flash, and this is just going to be a wash. Vit doesn't have enough damage to cut this out as Slater gets another double kill. Blaze is going to be taken out on the backside as the killer instinct into the backline secures the triple kill. Round what? Back over to Vit. You can run, but you cannot hide from Team Flash. Actually, maybe you can run, maybe you can hide. Slater going over the wall here, but just trying to buy as much time as he can. This is so dumb, man. Why can't you kill this area? Okay, hook connects, in with the W, and that is an ace.
See, now I'm really upset because there have been moments where, like, at the beginning of the game, Coded and Blazes were the ones doing these things where, like, tough fights looked closer than they were because of the performance of those 2 solo laners. And I was praising how Killer Queen kind of shifting up the top side was one way they could have kind of salvaged the early game, even though they left Vit out to dry. Now I'm thinking, if Vit were the one that received all these resources, imagine what that fight looks like. Imagine one further item into the inventory of Vit. That fight probably looks really good for them as well. It's such a confusing game because there was all this needless aggression, so many moments where players just went well beyond their bounds, and yet we're still getting these like crazy highlight moments from Vit every once in a while. It just proves how good he is, even though his opposition currently sits at 18 kills. It's an Infinity Edge Kaiser.
Yeah, and you can see what Luxury are trying to do here. They're trying to get this play off in a numbers advantage fight, but I don't think they realize that Slater and Ikigai are right here.
It's a matter of a couple of things. First off, like you said, yeah, the fact that Slater, Ikigai are right here, and then Artie also kind of neutering the front end of that engagement with like the Jarvan. But their players weren't really there either. Yeah, Artie went super low right there. The fact that Slater also used the Realm Warp was awesome as well, putting 4 members right back on top of Vit. But the biggest thing I think of that was the engagement came out way too quickly. I think they needed to wait until they had wrapped around fully onto Vit, because it buys more space away from the rest of the team, and then your engagement can also come in from like basically from the river, and you pinch them into the wall, and that means that Vit can come back off the turret once it goes down when they wrap around him, and all of a sudden like the geometry of the fight looks so much better. Instead, 2 of your members get caught out in the river before all of your damage shows up, and that means you're fighting a 3v5 at the front end.
And that's not a good thing to do if you want to win League of Legends games. At least from what I've learned from my far too many years of playing this game. Flash now looking to pick up soul points. I didn't think, honestly, Rebel Fox, that the game would get to this point, but because we've had so many fights, no one's actually been able to take anyone's Nexus quite yet. So we will see this Drake picked up, but I imagine that Flash are going to want to close this one out pretty sharpish.
That's a rough task sometimes for teams here in the VCS. They're up 14,000 gold. You'd think they'd be able to wrap up a game really quickly, but again, like you said, the Elder Dragon is not available for a short time. The Soul Point isn't even available for another 5 minutes at minimum, so they might have to wait for another Baron or something along those lines. They're likely going to be able to crack a bottom inhibitor off the back of this right here if the wave doesn't get cleared out by Blazes and by Vit very quickly. That's a question mark. Yeah, they're not even going to be able to get the push, so they're just going to have to wait. The mid inhibitor is down, but they've got wave clear here for Luxury to stall this out. I really do think they're probably going to have to wait the minute 25 for the Baron to come up, and then they just take it because Slater's too strong.
Yeah.
You got a ton of damage in your members. Like it's an easy wrap up from there to just be able to take the remainder of the base. But it seems like Flash is going to have to play that game.
Oh, we're very much looking at the AD carry versus the AD carry that we've got at home here. Because Slater, 5 items complete. I imagine that there's a red pot in there as well. Vit only just completing that Blade the Rune King. And he looked good in that last fight, but the difference in power level between these marksmen is becoming pretty apparent.
Yeah, if there is any chance for Luxury in this game, which already seems a little preposterous in its own right, but if there's any chance at all that Luxury can win out in a game like this, it has to be basically Vit 1v4ing every member except Slater, and then the 4 members on your team taking out Slater. And honestly, I think I favor Slater in that 4v1, but...
Potentially, Blaze is now going to get in his own 3v1 here, and Slater takes him out with ease. Luxury don't really have a play to make here as Coated. Actually going forward onto Slater. The Kaiser has so much HP though. Cleanses away. The Shot Blast not going to connect, but the Akali going to get taken down nonetheless. In goes Ikigai over the wall. Vit still kiting around on this Zeri, but with 2 members dead, it looks like Flash are going to be picking up the first game in this series.
Easy enough for them to be able to do so. They're waiting on the next wave to come in. And Vit, that's a dead Zeri. Yeah.
No hope there, and
not at all.
It was a strong performance from Vit, one that possibly wasn't accurately reflected by his KDA. Ikigai just diving under the tower just for the fun of it. Game 1 goes over to Team Flash.
Doing a little bit of his best Killer Queen impression from Mac, throwing himself into the fountain, unfortunately. What a strange game. Yesterday's game, like, especially the game 2, was also this really weird menagerie of just, like, unnecessary things that we weren't accustomed to. I was talking about how the bottom floor of the VCS has increased to some amount of level for a while, but these teams are obviously just attempting to correct themselves on a universal constant to make sure that I am always wrong by throwing games in the most unnecessary of ways, because this is not what we've grown accustomed to for Luxury. I'm hoping they can kind of tighten things back up for game number 2, because Team Flash, it felt like they didn't even have to play out a game properly to really win that one, because so many times players were just throwing away needless goals.
Yeah, there was a lot of Luxury chucking themselves at Flash and then losing. Still, only game 1 of this series. Opportunity for them to come back in game 2 and maybe push us all the way to a game 3. But to hear a little bit more about that series, we're going to go to a short break and then hear from our analyst desk.
Okay, you're...
Well, that was what word do I want to use? It was a game, I guess. Bloodbath, massacre, war. There's a lot of synonyms here. But welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Desk. My name's Karis. With me is Marbanogi and Yulway. Do you want to try and dissect some of that, Yulway?
Well, luxury is too aggressive even for the VCS. We didn't think we would ever see a team that was consistently going too far for VCS standards, because a year back no one could imagine such a thing. But I think we finally found one candidate, and luxury really needs to pull back a little bit of the aggression. What was this random invade into topside jungle? That was the quintessential luxury. I just love the reaction of Middlecott. Rebel? What are they doing here? It's like, yeah, no one knows. They're just randomly in the enemy jungle trying to go for the red buff and dying. Ugh.
And the aggression was kind of working for them. Killer Queen pretty much, I think, level 2 in the bot lane, just making very strong use of this J4. Gets a good lead for the bot lane, and then just puts tape over it and goes and never sees it again. He doesn't see it again for the rest of the game, which leads to Zeri getting blasted in the 2v2 with a little bit of help from Ikigai and No-Go, but just blasted over and over again. And then when it came to the team fights, she almost carried them despite being 1-5. And if she wasn't 1-5 and 2 whole items below Slater's Kai'Sa, maybe they had a chance?
I mean, I also want to address the absolute pinnacle of the Sigma grind set that was H3, who pressed E, died, left lane, refused to answer further questions. I mean, a shocker, honestly, out of H3. That was a Leona, not it. Really, I am concerned, because if you're a professional support player and you're still bad at Leona after she's been meta for 5 years,
Feels so.
probably do some practicing.
I mean, you could argue that H3 is only a professional support player on paper. But that's maybe a little harsh. I want to see CBL back in, please. CBL has won the title already. He was slated support. He's a very good support player. Please give CBL the starting spot back.
I definitely agree. But let's try and spin some positivity, because over on the side was Flash. Now, you said that this was Flash's last chance for you. How's the are the faithful being rewarded?
Yeah, it's only luxury, which is a weird thing to say, but it's a good start, I guess. The Yoshino top lane looked worse than expected, worse than hoped for. Now both of their top laners seem to int quite a bit, so we need to see a bit of improvement in the top lane, in my opinion. I think Marcus is actually the better laner. Yoshino is the better player, of course, and probably also the captain of the team, so I guess they won the game, and Slater has finally arrived. This is the record game for Slater. Slater has now actually gotten the record for kills in a single game over his own record on Draven. He beat himself. He had 18 kills on Draven. Now he got 20 kills on Kai'Sa. This is what all the Flash fans hoped for. And he looked okay in the first 2 weeks, but now this is a statement game for Slater. So if he can be the main carry again, like in 2020, then suddenly the team can actually rely on someone to superstar carry them every game. Goal difference at the end of the game, by the way, 9,266 individually over the Zeri on the other side.
I think you can put a little bit of hope on the Yoshino thing and feel a little bit better knowing that he's probably been grinding mid lane for the past 3-4 months. So, bit of a rough early game. He was also bullied a little bit as it went on in those early stages with Killer Queen sort of returning to that top side over and over again. But I think the solo lanes held up pretty well. Well, Ikigai was kind of playing a bit of a farm simulator / helping out bot. No-Go, he was fairly quiet. Nothing super flashy out of him, but played the team fight solidly. Was able to rotate in position and be in good positions most of the time. Good realm warps. So very, very, very impressed out of them. And I think, yeah, once Yoshino's used to the top lane again, it should come back a little bit better for Flash, and they can elevate a little bit. But as now, they are punishing Luxury well. I do want to see them be take more initiative. Though it's hard to take initiative against the aggression of Luxury.
I don't think you can ever take initiative over Killer Queen. He is going to dictate the pace of the game, and more often than not he's going to overpace, but like, where do you even start to make plays? Killer Queen is already under your tower. He can't even react in time. He's already there.
The fact of the matter is, Killer Queen is the biggest monkey, and he flings the most shit. So it's just about dodging. At this point, you just got to keep yourself clean as best you can, because this is going to be a mud wrestle of the series.
Where that Talon is. He got so used to playing Talon, he's just like, I can't go over wall. Where button?
Oh my word! But yeah, look, there's a lot we could say about both of these teams. I feel. I agree with you that Yoshino looked a little bit rough. I think it's very telling that the one player that's active in the VCS English community, we've always got a way to say,
hey, Killer
it's
Queen
not
is there
his fault.
too.
It's not his fault. He doesn't talk as much as Yoshino. Yoshino's our boy. Yoshino's our poster child. But
Yoshino and Hanke are the ones.
Exactly. But let's look forward to game 2. Obviously, I think we can expect this aggression to continue, but what changes in the draft do you think, Marby?
So maybe something a little bit more with a bit more immediate impact for Coated would be good. The Akali looked solid, but it does take a little bit of time to ramp up, and perhaps something with a bit more safety for the bot lane. The Jhin for the range could be something to work with. Maybe a Thresh, something that doesn't sprint it down quite as hard as the Leona, or at least take your aftershock if you're going to be that aggressive and get caught out that much. I would rather just see CBL than H3, of course, but which then raises the Thresh priority even higher. So safety in the bot lane, more immediate impact top lane if Killer Queen's going to make his way up there. Mid jungle, I think they can play pretty much whatever they want and be okay with it. But sure.
You wait. We head over to the draft. Zeri will be removed immediately. Luxury not going to let Flash have an outing on that one. And after Slater performed as well as he did in game 1, yeah, no. He doesn't get Zeri. But other than that, bans are playing out very similarly. Where are your eyes being drawn champion?
Viger, definitely. Up there, yes.
Oh,
banned
there he goes.
way this time again in first rotation. A little bit weird to see him banned on blue side. They're not willing to first pick Viger, which might be wise. Can be counted, of course. Lee Sin also gone from the table. Both of these junglers like the Lee Sin, but of course with Gwen available, and Gwen has been very high priority everywhere in the world, but especially in VCS I feel like. Not so many Gwen junglers. I don't remember anyone apart from Levi playing Gwen jungle. But yeah, but a lot of people play her in top lane still to pretty decent success. Yoshino Gwen, I'm not sure if you've ever seen Yoshino Gwen, because when Gwen was out...
We have. Once or twice, yeah. A couple games
possible. So, Yoshino Gwen should be a decent champion for him. He's a very good team fighter. Gwen is a very strong team fighting champion. So, as long as he can survive the early stages of the laning phase, I think they actually have a very cool setup here for him to carry later on in the game.
Killer Queen gets the Xin Zhao though, so Killer Queen can be immune. Maybe that allows him to be a little bit safer when he goes turbo aggressive.
And on the other side, on for Flash, getting this, going for the Rise, it works out nicely. It lets them cheat the map rotations a bit. And, you're running these double AP solo enemies, so you can go for something perhaps a little more aggressive as your jungler. Probably just going to see the Hecarim again, I'd imagine, unless they want to lock in a part of their bot lane right now. One of the key supports, a Jinx, something along those lines. You don't have to worry about a Cataclysm anymore, so you can get away with things that are a bit more immobile.
I just stopped off to check the stats on Yoshino Gwen. 3 games played, all of his career, 3 losses, which Sounds bad, but it's
Be
not super
fair.
surprising because they basically lost every single game in winter, so it's not as bad as it sounds, but we still need to see him win the game on this champion. So I actually think Luxury's going with a very strong topside draft so far, putting back the bot lane, which of course makes the bot lane a little bit volatile in the drafting phase. Jhin is banned.
Where's Jinx?
Yeah. Jinx, yeah, it's weird to see Jinx fall this low, but I mean, Jinx and Aphelios are still both
Game one.
open, so...
I'm pretty sure she went all the way through in game 1, didn't she?
Yeah, with Zeri being available, that kind of puts Jinx on the back foot, because you don't really... You kind of want to attack the Zeri with something that's a little bit...
might have been
stronger.
round 2 from Watch. I'm not sure though.
Aphelios banned, so
I'm not
now they're setting up the Jinx to be picked by Luxury, which is interesting. Slater, yeah, he can play Jinx. He doesn't really want to play the Jinx, I think. So Flash is really doubling
Is this
down.
a Draven angle?
I think they're just doubling down on a volatile, super scrappy bot lane, just trying to go for as many fights as possible into the Jinx, because this is such an obvious Jinx bait.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. They have to have a counter in mind. Slater is a Draven player. He has it in the arsenal. Does he rip it out here, or is it just going to be
Just
Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa.
again?
It's gonna be Kai'Sa again. I would, yeah. My initial thought was, my thought initially was going to be Caitlyn Lux, but we have a Norma, so that got removed. I would have liked maybe if you're just trying to play Ezreal, get Arte out on the map on this Nautilus. That would have been preferable to taking a very obviously losing bot lane into this Jinx. You can't even like contest the range, the push. You can't contest the range advantage. You've got pretty much no hope of winning in the 2v2 without mistakes. And if you with a Braum lock-in, I don't think you can even punish the mistakes that easily on this pick.
I actually really like the Braum here. I think it gives them a lot of safety. They should be able to just stay a little bit back and play the lane as safely as possible, give it a little bit of time to scale, focus on the top side that has very strong laning, especially on coated. So Killer Queen coated, I think, are the main focus here, especially because Xin Zhao is actually quite good at ganking Gwen early on. Gwen no flash. If he lands W, Gwen is basically dead. So I actually really like Luxury's draft overall.
The only main issue I can see with it comes from a Luxury likes to be super aggressive and they have no forms of engage, so they have to actually play a much more vision control setup to objectives first type game. But I worry that Killer Queen might just rush in alone and with very little follow up available to him. So
Also,
yeah.
the team that just participated in a 48 kill in 33-minute game has picked 2 scalers, which is not bad. Jinx Victor on 12.2, 2 great picks. But I agree with you, Marby. I think perhaps it's not a very Luxury thing to do, even though individually Blazers is a great Victor player. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, but I do need to pressure you for some predictions. I'll let you go first this time, Marby.
Nameplates off, I would say Luxury's draft, but nameplates on, Flash.
Okay, your way.
I'm actually gonna go Luxury. I think they have a great draft. They should be able to tone it down a little bit in terms of aggression levels, and I wanted a 2-1 for this series anyway, so I'm gonna stick to that. Luxury wins game 2.
And with that, I have the honor of giving the cast over to Rebel and the best British person we've ever had on broadcast, Middlecott. Take it away, guys.
Oh, thank you
Silence,
very
Robbie.
much, there, guys. I appreciate that. I'd like being the best British person on this broadcast. Game
Yeah,
2 is upon us now. Flash versus Luxury. Flash going, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 4 out of the 5 same picks from that first game locked in this time around. And I think the key one for me is Slater on this Kai'Sa.
You can see that. I know you asked in the first game whether or not this is something that Slater likes to go for, whether it's like a powerful pick. I think it's pretty obvious to you that it's Slater's preference. Slater just likes to go back to this again and again. My biggest gripe with this composition, pretty much as an entirety right now, is actually Artie's Nautilus, and that's because the rest of these champions look roughly bluish or have some kind of blue in their character model on the left. Not Artie. Artie ruined the color scheme. It was the Braum that needed to be picked, obvious for very obvious reasons, but unfortunately they missed it. So yeah, I think it's a pretty easy luxury prediction here because of that fact.
Well, do you know what? That makes much more sense to me than most things that analysts say. So do you know what? I'm on board with it. Team Flash, there's a lack of coordination there, and Luxury are going to punish you for it.
Definitely. Well, we'll see if that's the case. You can see actually very quickly Killer Queen pathing towards the bottom side of the map. Hopefully he doesn't go back to like the level 2 ganking that could come about. Like
that was a weird one for me.
It was a weird one for me as well, although he is beelining to this bottom lane right now. It goes red Raptors immediately into making sure the level 3 and the Gromp and the blue, of course, are going to get taken. The potential is there just because they've got the push with the Jinx rockets at the beginning of the game to work with, so I don't know. If they could get the Wayne to bounce, they have a possibility of a gank coming in from Killer Queen, but alternatively, it could just be Killer Queen walking into the opposing jungle looking for some action.
There's still plenty of options available for the Luxury jungler, and I think getting Vit to a good place, kind of a win condition, obviously, because despite the scoreline from the previous game not looking too amazing, the gameplay that we actually had when we were getting to these fights was pretty impressive. So I think given some resources, given a little bit more time and space to play AD carry, I think it's definitely somewhere that Luxury have a strength in this game.
It was really crazy because walking into the season, Luxury had come off of probably, like, their first split was really rough. Their second split, which was Winter, obviously went a lot better for them. They were able to make playoffs, and they had this, like, spectacular run up against VCS, who ended up beating them in the third, fourth match to put them into fourth place, basically. And they went out and they got themselves what looked like a just better outright support in CBL, who in the first week looked really good, and actually Luxury's bot lane looked like not just an improvement, but a strength for the team. They looked like the best portion of the team, and yet here we are. We're back to H3 in the bottom side. Vit isn't like Vit's still good, but he's not carrying the way he was in the first week or so when the team had that same option to come around to. So it's a little strange to me why they've decided to make some of the bot lane decisions. I'm hoping they can kind of salvage whatever it is that they're attempting to go for here, because again, Vit and CBL, when they were around, they looked incredible, and Luxury was looking like a legitimate threat to contest for higher than what they had in the previous split.
Well, Rebel, we're 4 minutes into the game, and we've not had any kills just yet, so the VCS is slowing down as it stands. The pace of this series probably couldn't keep up with the breakneck start that it did have. And I think the Death touched a little bit on. Luxury have gone for a bit more scaling in terms of this Victor and in terms of this Jinx. So I think Killer Queen may need to be a little bit less active in the early game, more up towards a couple more of these counter ganks.
And I think this is a champion that you do that with. Xin Zhao is very powerful at the beginning of the game, but ultimately, tends to be that the pacing is a little bit slower for this champion than even like Lee Sin or Hecarim or any of the modern type champions. Now, once you get on to second clear, third clear, that's when the champion really starts to go crazy and start to actually have a lot of fun inside of games like this, where you can start ganking for lanes, you can start dueling against people. But oftentimes I see that it's not Xin Zhao's that are opting for like the level 3 ganks, even when they've got very powerful abilities, but instead they're opting for a little bit later, getting after the first back and things like that. The double longsword that carries here for Killer Queen, or the pickaxe when you've got the gold for it. That kind of back is usually when they're really starting to pick up the momentum.
Because Xin Zhao is a champion that can flex in the early game, and even if you've got a small advantage over your opposing number, you can kind of 100-0 people sometimes, which is very, very fun. Blazes picking up that lost chapter, taking an early teleport back into the mid lane. His wave clear is going to be a hell of a lot better now.
I was actually really excited when the draft came about because I saw the Jace first pick, and my initial impression obviously is like, okay, they're picking the Jace into the Gwen. But if you didn't know, when Blazes first kind of entered the league, he was a big Lucian player and a big AD mid player, and so we were excited because the possibility was the Jace flex mid, and then you take the Jax top lane for Coded. But that didn't end up happening because Coded was like a Jax one trick, and he's an amazing Jax player, which is a known counter pick for the Gwen. But they don't opt for it. Instead, they just opt for the run back of the Victor mid 4+ Blazes, which is another one of his kind of like big champions that he's outside of that AD pool. You can see, I know we're going into history a little bit more, but this is, of course, a little bit more lax of a game. For Luxury, they picked up their first Dragon, which is always nice to see. Rift Herald was, or my apologies, Dragon taken away from Killer Queen, who's not diving for turrets and not diving for members, but instead diving for objectives.
Oh, we've got Flash diving under
Ikigai.
towers instead as Coated. Missing with that accelerated shot blast, but able to just walk it out of there. Look at the summoner spell investment from Flash.
Yeah, they spent so much. The worst part of that also, the E from Ikigai was charged up pretty decently, but he hit the tower with it. He didn't hit Coded with it. I think it might have been intentional at the last minute to try not to draw tower aggro, just so that he wouldn't end up going down if that was the possibility from him, or to shove him further underneath the tower. But yeah, it's a dive. They're attempting to put some pressure onto Coded, but the Jace lives with very little investment. Obviously, 2 summoner spells for the 3. Ends up being pretty positive, although there is no longer a Flash, so a repeat gank is definitely in the cards potentially for Ikigai when the time comes.
Yeah, as we do see Nogo and Ikigai cheating towards that top side just slightly on the minimap there, as Killer Queen and Blazers will spot them out. Nogo kind of behind enemy lines here, but will be able to evacuate himself.
Kind of nice to see. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think I was alluding to a similar point that you were going. It's nice that these teams aren't just doing dumb stuff.
What I was about to say was it's nice to see Killer Queen and Blazes in that quadrant of the jungle on the red team instead of on the blue team.
Yeah. As I was saying, not doing dumb stuff.
Yeah, not doing dumb stuff. This is more what the gameplay is like, right? Like we joke oftentimes about the VCS and the history that we've had looking far more like the game previous, but this is perhaps the best dichotomy of games from time to time. When I first stepped in, this is like the last game is what we were getting all the time, but in the modern era, even some of our lower ranked teams oftentimes are looking like games like this. They're more cold, they're more calculating, they're more focused on making sure that their map is set up. They're not taking these just insane dives over and over again. Like I said, it's like last game was a window to the past for you, Middlecott, so that we can actually explain to you what has been happening to the VCS over the last two years, basically. Ever since they really haven't been at MSI, so much of the league has been able to advance in very different ways from what we've seen. At one point, this was basically just every ounce of possible aggression that could be thrown into opposition gets thrown into them, but it's just not the way of the world anymore. VCS has gone into a very different direction, and this is far more akin to what you see.
Coated stepping up a little bit aggressively in the top side there. 9 minutes on the clock, first blood over to Nogo, and we said that teams players aren't doing stupid things. Coated, yeah. I feel like you didn't need to be there, buddy.
Little bone-headed from Coded. It's not even a position where like he was contesting for something. No. He just mispositioned.
Gets flashed onto and turned around. That's so much damage from Blazes and Killer Queen.
And that's map reading, of course, from Ikigai as well, because Yoshino is going back to topside to go pushing into Coded to make sure that the wave is going to crash, because he's trying to punish the teleport. And mid lane, I think they're trying to do the same thing so that they could go after the Rift Herald, but neither of those things comes true before Ikigai decides to go poking his nose into the enemy jungle looking for warding or looking for the enemy jungler, because Killer Queen was already there. He had already redeployed onto the map, which is why the return kill comes through, and more importantly, the Rift Herald ends up going over to the side of Luxury. This felt like something that was like, it was like a layup that just got messed up from the side of Team Flash, because it would have been easy enough to reset top, reset mid, bounce back into the jungle with all 3 of these members and take that objective away from themselves. But because Ikigai kind of jumped the clock after this play had come through, that's all that was necessary.
Yeah, Coated, I feel like he just didn't realize that he was stood on a ward there, and once you've got 3 people surrounding you, not really many ways that you can escape out of this one. But I think this is the pick that you were talking about. It's so important that they actually get this down onto Ikigai and prevent the possibility of that Herald taking place.
I'm not sure if he was trying to, it kind of looked like Killer Queen was in his line of sight for a moment there, and that he pathed up, and so he thought he was going to go up to his Krugs, and maybe he was going to poke in and just try to get, some ounce of vision on like the Raptor camp or something along those lines. But yeah, it's a little questionable decision making from both Coded and Ikigai. Far more punishing though, however, for Ikigai, because again, when he walked in, he obviously gave up the entire top river and gave up the punishment that Yoshino and Nogo could have actually had against their laners after the play had been made, especially with the Rift Herald in the back pocket. That is pretty. It's a pretty good way to start things off.
And I'm really liking this rotation by Killer Queen towards this bot side. Vit and H3 have actually been kind of bullying out Slayer and Artie on this bot side. Look at that tower. That is going to go down as soon as Shelly reaches it. No-Go will respond with a TP, though. So Flash do want to opt into this one, but as long as that charge goes through, the tower is still falling, and honestly, that's just a waste of a summoner spell.
Truly, that's a little bit of a strange decision. I do like this if they decided to go for the dragon play, although I feel like the same effect could have been held if No-Go just went to mid lane, pushed out mid, and then all of a sudden you're crashing a wave on top of not having to use the teleport. Or if you have to teleport mid lane, you teleport mid lane and then you push the wave and then they lose a wave if they stay in the river, or they go and they contest again with blazes in the mid lane and all of a sudden it's weaker and maybe you could go re-attack the dragon, something along those lines. But it's just not the case. Team Flash, they find themselves in a very strange position. They give up bottom tower, give up the teleport, and give up the dragon for basically no response. It's quiet. It's not the same kind of mistake that you saw in the previous one, where in the last one it's like, oh, they're diving under 3 towers and giving away 4 kills every minute. But it's a mistake nonetheless. It's a lot more of a macro type mistake from a very young team.
And when you are a very young team, you do tend to sort of make a couple of these mistakes. It just requires one person to go, oh yeah, we need a TP, they're going to dive us, for you to pop that spell, and then all of a sudden Luxury are going, well, actually, no, we're just going to rotate away and take the Drake. And I'm glad that we are seeing this slower pace out of Luxury, because it's really benefiting them. I feel like not just as players, but compositionally as well, right? They are going to scale incredibly hard. Once this Jinx gets towards the 3rd item, it's going to be very difficult for anyone on Flash to actually deal with her. And Luxury have set themselves up for success so far.
They have. They're sitting up about 2k gold, which is much better than in the previous game, where they were basically at a gold deficit for minute 1. It's a lot better for their Victor and for their Jinx, who are trying to scale up into the later stages. Now, in fairness, there's still some scaling and some team fighting to be had from the side of Team Flash, right? Like, Yashino is on this Gwen, and that champion has shown its ability to team fight. Ikigai on the Hecarim doesn't really fall off the way that other junglers might in those circumstances. Coded finds himself a Rise, and No-Go a little terrified of the one-on-one against the red buff Jace, and so just decides to warp out after delivering some damage. I can respect that decision from No-Go, just not wanting to take the smoke of the one-on-one the way that in the previous game probably would have.
And if you're using that Realm Warp at sort of 25-30 minutes in that fashion, it's pretty rough for you. But there's no big objectives up for a few minutes. By that time, the ultimate will be back off of cooldown for the Rise. So I don't hate it. Just get out of that situation if you don't think that it's going to work out well for you. Turret plate's about to fall off. 10 seconds until that happens. Vit just grabbing the last one there, as maybe it's an overstay that Flash can punish. Ikigai is running in a little bit isolated. Back H3 into the rest of his team, but Vit is untouched. Finally now going to get aggressed onto it. Vit away from the rest of the fight. It's a horrible engage for Team Flash, and it gets turned around. Just a single kill, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah, it wasn't actually like Team Flash's decision making right there. Oh, Coded and No-Go, they're going at it. Okay, I think these
no
are
Red
broken.
Whoop, he can't chase.
Yeah, he can't keep going. He hit easy defensively just a second ago. And that's, it's tragic because, again, seconds ago, I was curious whether or not the Rise was going to be able to take the one-on-one against the Jace with the red buff. And I thought he was going to win it. So Realm Warping away was strange. And you could see right there, he took another winning one-on-one against the Jace, and this time doesn't have the ability to chase. Now, coming back to top side, again, Luxury, they push up through or my apologies, Team Flash pushes up through the river. I didn't mind the prospect of them doing this with the Hecarim. I think it's a powerful champion early, and I think they have champions necessary to do it. They kind of got things stifled really quickly by H3, and the engagement into the Braum didn't end up leading to that much, and it actually put him in a good position where the ultimate led into a really solid combo with the rest of the team. It bought time for Blazes to show up, bought time for Killer Queen to pop off on an ultimate and split up the team correctly, and that meant that Luxury could kind of slow play things and let their Jinx and their Victor get into the fight at their own pace.
And that Jinx, that Victor are starting to get towards their mythic items. That Luden's Tempest grab for Blaze. So the burst damage that this Victor is going to put out is absolutely ridiculous. I imagine we're going to see a mythic completed for Vit soon as well. But yeah, it was a strong attempted engage, but that flash away into the bush meant that Vit never got focused down.
The other big thing is that, like, Slater and Yashino were a little bit late on the play, or more specifically, the timing was off between Slater and Yashino and the rest of the play that was coming through from Ikigai. Again, young players in a couple of different roles. Ikigai's a rookie, No-Go's a rookie, and being able to put together your pieces that quickly is a little bit of a problem. In Team Flash, obviously, they're going to have some growing pains. I feel like that's a play that works decently well if everybody's on the same page and if you time it a little bit better. But again, that timing was punished really well by Luxury with the perfect teleport from Blazes.
Right, now as it stands, 16 minutes in, we've got our third Drake of the game spawning in 45 seconds, but Luxury not too worried about that for now. We'll just grab this Rift Herald, I imagine. We'll rotate that down into the mid lane, use that to get the additional pressure and help them secure the soul point.
Yeah, they've got 30 seconds now.
Actually, diving very aggressively forward. HB is going to be holding the line out in front, and the Hecarim going down. It's another over-aggressive play by Ikigai, and rightfully punished once again by Luxury.
I call this over-aggressive. I agree with you on the terminology, but I just want to clarify something really quick. I love this timer. The timer to jump the play. No, I'm not saying that you're wrong in any case. This was drastically over-aggressive. His team was way out of position, and he shouldn't have been doing this. But if the team is together for this play, I love the timer. The timer looks great because you jump the dragon timer, and you don't get caught on this Rift Herald. But now all of this falls to pieces because he just lost his life. So they give the Rift Herald and the dragon and the mid-turnover all off the back of just way too aggressive of a play. Again, if they have 5 members there, that's actually a winning situation. And I actually really love the instinct of Ikigai to go for something like that.
But fundamentally, team was
flawed. Flawed.
It's a great play if, and then as soon as you say if, at that point, my head's just going bad play. You shouldn't have done that, man. You shouldn't have done that. Well, he's got 100% kill participation at least.
That's got to be the most passive-aggressive way of telling Ikigai that I've ever heard.
What do you mean? He's got 100% of he's got 100% kill participation for Flash.
That's true. This
and
is
for
true.
Luxury.
This is the best statistical analysis that could ever be drawn apart.
People talking about the use of stats on League of Legends broadcast. This is the perfect example. RT. Possibly thinking about making a play uncoated, but Yoshino just chilling out in that bush, not being able to follow up.
You see, the problem with Artie's play is that he has 0% kill participation, and so that play was never going to work. Yeah, statistically, true. It doesn't make any sense.
It's been a much calmer affair, Rebel Fox, and I think we needed a little bit of break because that first game was quite chaotic. Yes,
it was. It's also a nice bit of reprieve coming back from Luxury, where they were over aggressive. They needed a game where they could play a bit more to a strategy that they could actually control more of the pacing. Killer Queen's been able to do a lot more of that in this one without having to push all too much.
Being soloed out on the other side as Artie will get locked down as well. Ikigai's taken low on the other side. Artie will be the first one to fall in just a moment's time. Is that no-go? Double kill for Blazes. And Luxury are going to take those 2 kills and walk it away.
Extremely well played. That's going to be upgrades for Victor. That's gold into the pocket of one of your other scaling champions. And slowly, Blazes climbs into damage range, where he's going to be able to pop people like you had ascertained earlier. The burst damage from the Ludens and the penetration is going to do quite a bit into a team like this. And this is great control. Look at both sides of this. The control ward, the cheeky control ward, dropped right after Slater killed the first one. But you can see how well they're able to close off these very tight spaces. Slater gets shoved out, and then you control it with a gravity well. On the right side, Killer Queen prevents Ikigai from going in. And look at all this space they're kind of pinched into where all this damage gets concentrated from Coded, from Blaze, and from everybody else on the team. It's so much better. This is Luxury. This is the Luxury you're supposed to see.
Oh no, Blaze is possibly caught out in the bot side. Flashes away, but Ikigai is still able to get the charge off in the correct direction. Gwen is doing a fair bit of damage, but Blazes is turning it around as well. Need to be careful watching the cooldowns from this Victor. The Chaos Storm thrown out, and he actually gets a trade kill! Oh, Blaze, that was just disgusting.
No way Blazes actually gets that one to come through. I think there's so many well played to kind of just micro decisions that came out right there. But all things considered, what a play coming out from the likes of Blazes. He's pushed too far up on the bottom side of the map. I don't even know that he's pushed too far up. It's just Ikigai trying to punish him as he's catching the wave in the midst of everything. Still able to turn one around. That's kind of to the benefit of Blazes and the gold that he's got in this game. He's very powerful on this Victor that's been able to pick up a couple of kills and 200 CS to this point in the game, over 2 CS or 10 CS a minute. This is kind of the mark that you're looking for. Luxury, they're not getting punished over aggressively, and the individuals are able to shine a little bit more than what we saw in the previous game, which is rather nice to actually see come out from this team.
Yeah, if I'm being perfectly honest, it's quite difficult for me to pick out key players from that previous game because it was just so chaotic all the time. But we're seeing the Luxury members really showing their stuff now. Flash, though, Still not out of it. RT looking to turn it around, looking to go onto Killer Queen, but they will actually turn it back in their favor. Crescent Guard popped very early into the fight as H3 is tanking up so much damage on the front side as Yoshino, oh dear buddy,
Wow.
Coded just grabbing the solo kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, Coded slowly becoming a raid boss in this side lane, and Yoshino is not going for a super tanky build, doesn't have the Zonius quite yet to be able to defend against the armor, and Nogo decided not to go for the Fimbulwinter, so he's not particularly tanky either, so Coded just dropping damage into either of the solo laners is huge for this team. Now they start up the Baron buff, they're actually forcing the side of Team Flash to make the decision, and Coded has actually showed up. They haven't been able to make that play fast enough. They're going to Realm Warp to look for him?
This is a bold chase onto the Jace. They will find him as Slater goes in with the Killer Instinct and picks up the trade kill. So ultimately, you're trading top laners 1-for-1, but Luxury are getting a Baron, and it doesn't seem that they care too much about this dragon spawning in 15 seconds. They just want to take some towers.
They get the inside track on the mid lane, and I know that Yoshino is going to be able to catch them, but it's a Baron buff with a Victor and a Jinx behind it. They're not going to be able to slow this down. Yes, I believe Flash wants to go for the dragon to slow the stacking down as fast as they can, but if you lose mid inhibitor, I feel like that's far more valuable.
Step way too far forward there, buddy, and going to be the first kill of the fight. Artie now forced to flash over the wall. As on the other side, Killer Queen just kills Slater in a bit of a 1v2. Luxury, they split their members all across the map, and Killer Queen finds Artie just chilling in the bush, and it was a slow start of the game for Luxury. It was a rough game one in this series for Luxury, but at 22.5 minutes with the Baron buff on their backs, they are going to pull it back and send us all the way to a game 3.
And this is, again, walking into a series like this is my expectation for Luxury. That was surgical. It was a couple of really key moments that had actually been a couple of very good decisions that were made from the side of Luxury that turned things around for them. When they're not going for this pure, unnecessary, naked aggression into their opposition, trying to just like stat check and hands check every single moment of the way. Look how good this team actually looks in the grand scheme of things. Like every member having their big moments, being able to play out their lanes properly, and having just kind of their own little highlights over the course of that game. Flash has to come up with another response. Obviously, game one, it wasn't a great indication of how they could take a win like this, but it feels like they were lacking any sort of a real offense. Ikigai tried ganking for a bunch of lanes, but I feel like they need at least one lane to be winning ambiently without anything else, so that Ikigai always have a position to go to. That's my diagnosis, but we'll see whether or not they can live up to it for game number 3.
And we will have to see that. Will Luxury continue to not do dumb shit and win? Or will Flash be able to bring it back around? We're going to be popping to a break for a few minutes, but the analyst test will take you through that game too after this.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 has gone the other way. Luxury bouncing back from a Game 1 defeat. A much more controlled, well-played game from them to bring us to the third. My name is Carrix. With me once again is the lovely Yulwei and the beautiful Marbinogi. Marby, I'll let you have first word. What went so right for Luxury in Game 2?
So they eased off on the aggression. That's the first one. And then, because they didn't just run repeatedly at Flash, their draft advantage really just took over. It helped them that Ikigai kind of sprinted it into them at the worst possible moment to just give a free Rift Herald over, which snowballed a winning bot lane off of that and let them rotate the map. And then, but yeah, draft, the range advantage, which we forgot to touch on, just insane. There was very little that Flash could actually do to find their way back in, and discoordination on the engages and the attempts to engage from Ikigai only exacerbated the issues.
Yeah, and something that you pointed out in draft did come true, is that the bot lane matchup was just unplayable for Flash. So Vit, despite probably being the weaker of the two ADCs on an individual level, was able to win that lane. We won't dwell on it. Your way, what went so wrong for Flash, and how do they fix it in Game 3?
Everything? There was barely anything going right for Flash in this game. Like, they were outdrafted, they were outmatched in basically every lane. The only one with early prior was No-Go, who actually played the early laning phase pretty well, I thought, but didn't really matter too much. I hate Hecarim as a champion still. I know he's strong, but every time I see it lose, I just think to myself, my god, this is the most useless champion I've ever seen on the Rift. When it wins, it looks strong. When it loses, it looks abysmal, which was the case in this game. He just ran it down, tried to build tank, was not tanky, died, didn't deal damage, didn't CC anyone, so... Well, I thought the Braum last pick was actually very important to Luxury's success, so that's actually something Flash can rely on now in Game 3, where they're back on red side, so the last pick Braum is not possible, and if you early pick Braum, you can always counter with an Enchanter and scale for free. So I think the bot lane matchup probably decides the whole series here. If they can pick a bot lane, they can exploit Vit and H3 in the laning phase, then Flash is gonna win, and if Vit and H3 get through the laning phase, yeah, Luxury is gonna win.
Fair enough. Marby, do you have anything to add?
I think realistically, draft is the biggest issue. I want to see them draft some actual range within their composition. Even their last comp was a very low range comp, but it didn't really matter as much because of how Luxury played. I want to see them play a comp that doesn't need Luxury to come into there. I want them to play a Jinx. I want them to play a Victor. Ryze, Kai'Sa, you can't play that. You can't play that into most of the meta right now.
That's very true, but we are headed into the draft. So let's head over that one. Luxury has returned to the blue side. Something that did not favor them in the first. Let's see if they change anything up. Yeah, is there anything you think needs to drastically change in terms of bans?
I'm super interested to see what happens to Zeri here, because Zeri was clearly set up as a bait in Game 1. Will Flash do the same, and will Luxury actually bite again? That's my main concern about the first stage of the draft, because they could just leave Zeri open here once more, but now the Veigarban kind of gives Luxury an out. They could ban Zeri on blue side, which you never want to do. But it's possible for them if they once again think, okay, if we pick Zeri, we're just gonna get wrecked in bot lane, which can't happen, but it's still open, so...
I just don't think the Zeri was the problem. I mean, it wasn't a great game out of it, but I really don't think Zeri was the problem. I don't want to see Flash do that again.
With how much damage the Zeri was doing, despite how far
I like
it was, I wouldn't be willing to run that back. And okay, Dante, welcome back.
No, oh my.
He is challenger and solo.
Rip prediction.
I think, yeah. Ikigai did
Did we just
He
witness
had
a
a
first pick
shocker,
Viego?
Ikigai was so good. Yeah, I mean, this has been banned all 3 games, all 2 games rather. This is the first time it's been open. I can't believe they brought Dante back in.
Yeah, it's very strange.
So Ikigai had a shocker.
Get a coach. Get a coach.
If he's broke, if his mental's gone, I can see it. But can we stay away from just yes? This is.
He had a banger of a game
That's
1 though. Like, Ikigai
did.
had a great game 1.
It did, but what with this? I don't mind this. I much prefer this to the first round rise. I think please move away from these short range carries. I much want to see range. This is a setup for Killer Queen being the big boy carry right now. They're gonna need an AP mid laner. That's just guaranteed with this top side at the moment.
Rice is still a very strong champion, very strong in the early game, can roam. I mean, agree with range being very important. Where's Jinx, by the way? Hello, people? Jinx? Someone, please pick Jinx. Okay, I guess we just don't like Jinx at all. We don't like Aphelios either. I want to see both of them banned, so we actually get a different ADC meta. That would be interesting. It seems like Flash only knows Kai'Sa.
So Slater has to play a different champion.
Exactly.
Also, you could have picked Tryndamere into the Graves, by the way, and actually just Giga won that matchup infinitely. You know that.
I don't want to see
I don't
Yoshino
think they're flexing the
Tryndamere.
Viego to lane.
Nah.
I mean, realistically, look, I know Coated doesn't seem to know how Tryndamere actually works, so maybe you can win against him regardless. Because Coated is the only Tryndamere I've ever seen lose the Graves matchup, but that's irrelevant. Picking the Jace into Braum, not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of Jace into Graves as well. I just don't love this Jace pick at all. But Yoshino seems to be running out of options.
Yeah, and considering his laning wasn't great on the Jace either, the Jace is really under a lot of pressure to perform here. Not the greatest into the champions already picked by Luxury, and then also not the greatest track record today. So, yeah, Yoshino really has to step up here. We have Aphelios banned, but Jinx is open. If you don't pick Jinx Flash, just walk off the stage, honestly. What is happening to the drafts in ADC and the ADC meta? It makes no sense to me.
I see another Kai'Sa.
No, not into Braum again, please. Please don't do
please
it.
stop with this Slater.
I mean, he's never gonna stop. I think Slater has like 60 or 70 professional games on Kai'Sa. When it's open, he picks Kai'Sa. So I fully expect a Kai'Sa. It's horrible, but okay.
Oh. Now this would be a change, and I think this is a much better pick because
Yeah, this is great.
I think, yep, good, well done, Slater. I know it hurts not to pick your waifu for a game, but it's okay. Jinx is alright.
Yeah, I think a response of Jin Victor.
Jin Braum is so bad though. Jin Braum is such a horrible combination.
It's not great, but Jin is pretty much the next ADC on the tier list.
That's true.
You can set up, and you can set up for the Viego to come down and just get rolling off the CC in the bot lane. So.
I see a
would
huge
like
issue
Victor.
here though, because they only have conditional CC for the Jinx. Like, if Slater gets off to a decent start and gets protected by Dante and maybe even
That's the stun on
Marty. But stun on Viego is very hard to land in team fights on Jinx.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And as later on, I was still thinking of lane game and stuff. But
Yeah.
you're really relying heavily on the Braum ultimate to disrupt Jinx, and yeah, I don't think the Sakali blind was a very good option. Give us something like an Orianna. Give us anything with more CC to help disrupt Jinx.
Well, we've got the draft. It's actually a different look, honestly, for both teams. Into this one, a few champions on both sides that they haven't played in this series. Yulwei, break down the Luxury draft for me. Where are they going to play around? What do they want to be doing?
So, in theory, I don't hate the Jin Luxury look, because Jin just gives you the option
that
to
for me,
just
someone.
not, for Luxury, not as a champion, just for Luxury. Because Jin always provides you with the option of ignoring the bot lane. He's always going to be fine. You don't really care about him too much. I agree with Marby's concerns about range mostly, because they have a full melee. You can kind of count Graves as melee. He has 400 range. That's melee to me. So they don't have a lot of range. They have a lot of individual agency. Reminds me of GAM, which means it's gonna be a fist fight. Everyone needs to fist fight, and this is back to game 1. So Luxury, I think, is really trying to accelerate the game again. They played one slow game. That was for the coach. That's not gonna happen here.
I think Flash is a little bit more obvious. It's a scaling draft. They've got a Jinx and they've got a Victor. But Marby, briefly, give me the rundown on this Flash comp.
Pretty standard lanes. You were looking for a bit of strength through this top side duo, but I think the big way to actually play this out is mostly Dante play tracking duty. So make sure Killer Queen can't work with his bot lane CC to farm the Jinx and get to a point where Viego's ridiculous.
All right.
I don't think
now both of you,
Luxury win.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. I was about to go to that. So your way, in one word, who's going to win?
Flash.
So the analysts are split. So I will give over to our wondrous, illustrious, verbose casters, Middlecott and Rebel. Take it away for the last time of this series.
Welcome, everybody, to Game 3. Luxury here on the blue side, Flash on the red. Middlecott and Rebel Fox on the cast for the third time today. Yeah, analyst that's a little bit split there, Rebel. Who are you backing?
It's a really tough one because in game number 1, we actually saw pretty much the entire Team Flash composition, minus the Nautilus and plus a Braum, destroy. It was really easy to control a lot of the map when you had that kind of thing come through. Here, Luxury has a very different laning setup pretty much across the board. So it's a difficult one. I don't mind the idea potentially of a fist fight going down in this game. I hope not blind aggression like we saw in game number 1, but more controlled from the side of Luxury. But I would be absolutely down. I am really heartbroken that I don't get to lord over the fact that the Braum Jhin combination is actually really high win rate if it is a Hail of Blades Braum. But it's not. It's a Guardian Braum. And so that means you can't stack. Like Braum doesn't need an ADC when he's got the Hail of Blades, so all you need is damage, and that's what Jhin has in spades. So it's unfortunate that you're not going to be able to stack the concussive blows as easily.
Yeah, that tech option would have been quite cool. Slater and Artie have actually arrested control of this bot side. Nautilus pretty strong at the level 1, but Braum also pretty good there too. Maybe if the Hail of Blades was being run, we see it go a little bit better for Luxury there. I like that. I like those tech options that you can have for sort of individual lane matchups that make them go from maybe not quite as good to actually pretty damn strong.
Yeah, and it's a setup into a Nautilus that I think works out well, but here it's H3 who's just playing for the defensive, which is at least of interest. I know after game 1 they have to be at least a little bit gun-shy with what had happened, so not willing to take the coin flip potential for the rune in the bottom lane just as fast as humanly possible. So there's that to consider as well. Now, everywhere else on the map, you consider mid lane. Mid lane's probably going to be a bit of a snoozer. Likely that No-Go obviously gets a massive amount of push into the Akali, not only being the range champion, but just having more wave clearing in general prior to the level 9 when the Q finally gets fully upgraded. And even then, I mean, up until that point, you're just lost so much time that it's not going to be worth it for the Akali. So No-Go probably has a bit more influence over top of the map. But other than that, it ultimately, I think, comes down to, for the most part, junglers. Just whether or not they decide to go interacting, how quickly Dante wants to make moves happen across the map.
And we've got a couple of new things this game in terms of the junglers. Dante obviously subbing in for Ikigai, who I think that last game possibly would take a little bit of a toll on you. But Killer Queen on this Viego as well. Like, this is a champion that loves to play more of this carry-oriented style and has been so effective on it throughout the VCS, throughout their career. They are going to get spotted out on this Tribush world. Dante in chase. Potential for them to get collapsed on.
Yeah, it's a situation with this jungle that I think our analyst desk was rightfully confused about, because in the previous season, how do I put this about Dante? Dante wasn't a bad player, but Dante wasn't a good player. It was like, It wasn't even like he was a middling player. He was, I think, the definition of mediocre, to the point where it's like, he's serviceable, right? He would work as a jungler if you wanted to build a team around it, but he's not the person that you want to build around. He's not the person that you want eventually in your jungle position. But Ikigai seemed to be that at the beginning of the split here for Team Flash. And even in game 1, it even seemed like Ikigai was there. Perhaps this is more of a Ikidai doesn't play much of a Zinzao, and they wanted more of a Zinzao angle. They don't want to play the Hecarim, something like that. Maybe you're right that it was more of a mental angle than anything else. He is very young as well. Dante's only had 2 splits in his back pocket as well.
We're getting action on multiple parts of the map. Blaze is flashing away. Sure, well, the lightning is not enough to take him out. H3 taking very, very low bot side. Killer Queen in the area as well. Mike looked to reset on the Ruin King, but Slater and Artie extricating themselves from this. Don't want to be giving over any kills early.
Very interesting. Across the board, a number of things that actually have occurred. First off, I think Dante, I think at this point now is level 4, but for a moment there had 6 camps under his belt, but was still only level 3, and I think might have missed a wolf somewhere, or maybe missed like a Krug at some point, but something is causing a problem. I want to go back to Killer Queen, because obviously Artie is on his lonesome here, underneath of the bottom tower, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think you go for that one. If H3's got a health bar, maybe, but
yeah, perhaps.
When it's throwing a Winter's Bite and then just like taking super low, it's not the one that you want to do. That's a pretty speedy interrupt stop there by Artie there. Just making sure that Vic can't re-kill optimally and gives an opportunity for him and Slater to push out this wave and try and deny a little bit of CS to that tower.
Perhaps a little bit of CC or PTSD coming out because of the Nautilus pick underneath of the bottom tower early on in the game. The dive from game number 1, things didn't go exactly their way, so not the best play. And you have a Viego over a Jarvan. It's a very different type of champion. Viego, also in fairness, he's level 4, level 5 actually in this particular case. So I think it would have gone fine even if you trade 1 for 1 there. But the problem is like how long can Artie stall that because he has the flash. He's got like plenty of CC to work with, so they just bail on that play, and it does give over Team Flash the Dragon, because of course this push led to the backing of H3 and Killer Queen both in tandem with one another, and it meant that after Slater returns from his kind of leaving of the laning phase, going back to base and retrieving of whatever he needed, that the redeploy was faster from Team Flash. So they just get to snag on a chance of a back timer.
Yeah, Noon Quiver gives you a little bit more pressure than a pair of boots and a few pots, which I don't think is particularly controversial. Artie actually making a roam towards this mid lane. I think Nogo just wants to get this pushed out as much as they can. Herald spawning in around about a minute's time, so a little bit early to contest that objective, and will path back to arm towards this bot side.
And it's another pretty quiet start to the game, which is to be expected. I remember specifically last split, we were trying to come up with contemplations of who would play the Viego, because at that point, Viego hadn't been out in the VCS, and we were trying to figure out who it would be. And I know you've probably heard of Levi, you know who Levi is. It's very obvious to think and expect that he was going to play it pretty well. Ego ended up playing it pretty well as well, one of our other big junglers. I'm going to hang through this. But Killer Queen was also up there. The strategy that Lux employed with it was one that they really hadn't gone back to for a very long time, one they hadn't shown all that many times throughout the entirety of this split. So the first time they pulled out the Viego, we had our contemplations. We were like, this isn't really this isn't a Killer Queen champion. It's not Talon. It's not like a Jarvan type. He's not pushing, pacing. But it ended up not mattering because Killer Queen is just a talented player altogether, and he was able to make the damage work. And so a game like this where he's just farming out, he's kind of being this big damage source for his team, and eventually he's going to have a chance to play into like skirmishes and team fights. I think it bodes extremely well for what he wants to do on the champion.
And another thing that's boding well for Luxury is how Blazers is performing in this mid side. This is not a matchup where I'd expect Akali to necessarily generate a CS advantage, but it is plain and clear to see 10 CS up, and bodes well for them going towards this mid game.
Especially given that the flash was burned so early in this one, Dante has not been able to capitalize on anything. Back to the bottom lane.
Something in the bot side. 3 stacks of the concussive blows down onto that Nautilus. Has the depth charge available, but Killer Queen is sniffing something out here. If Slater and Artie overstep like they are doing just now, they could get heavily punished, but not before H3 taken down. They kill him so quickly that Killer Queen can't even respond.
Yeah, there's not even like a shield thrown up, I think, right there from H3, just because the CC was really quick from Artie. Got to give props to that one for the Nautilus being able to chain it so quickly together that there was no chance for counterplay from Killer Queen, who roamed the area and was able to get something. I want to see just how quick that this was. H3, did he throw the shield up? Yeah, it looked like maybe he went for an auto attack just to try to get some of the concussive blow stacks, but it got canceled as well by the ultimate that came through from Artie. So your options of going, okay, do I press Q? Do I press auto attack? Do I press E? The wrong decision was made because you need to press E in that situation so you don't just get blown up, apparently, as the Ignite and all of the damage coming in from Slater all in one fell swoop was enough to bring down the champion for the first blood.
Greeding for a little bit of efficiency and getting punished for it. It's not massive, but the kill going on to Slater, who's piloting this Jinx, is very, very cool for Team Flash. Luxury, though, responding with this Herald in the top side, and Flash a little bit too late to the party as Dante's first action of the game is to get himself out of the Herald pit.
Oh. Hello, Dante. It's nice to see you again. welcome back to Team Flash. Glad to have you. This pops over the pit looking for some kind of a smite steal on the Rift Herald, but it was already gone by the time he got there, and I guess realized that he was in a pretty rough position. So the benefit to what happened right there, and actually something that kind of played to the favor of Luxury after all things considered, was that while the level 6 was hit by Artie, he burnt both summoner spells and the ultimate in that bot side kill of H3, which yes, nets them a kill for Slater, but again, the level 6 then isn't available really for Artie in this top side because there's no ultimate, which is the true benefit for the support having it. And so it didn't matter whether it was a level 6 Nautilus or a level 5 Braum versing one another because the ult was gone anyway.
Oh no, Yoshino actually gets the knockback onto Coated and doesn't get stunned. Killer Queen has to walk this one away. Bit of a misplay on the dive, still has that Herald in pocket and will be able to throw that down, and they're going to take the tower, but they're not going to take Yoshino's life alongside it. And something that you sort of briefly touched on there was the fact that that Nautilus ultimate was used down in that bot side, and yeah, this has been a bit of a slower game from both of these teams than that game one, but those dynamics of using those ultimates early on in fights precipitating into you not actually being able to pick up that Herald. When you're in such a high tempo region, it forces you to really consider if using that ultimate for the kill is the most effective use of your resources.
And in this case, the curiosity comes to Artie of, okay, was the kill against H3 worth it, or was the Rift Herald that won them top tower? Actually, we're in a fight for a dragon. Both teams are
in a fight for a dragon. H3 forced to flash himself away, dashes back to Vid as well, and that slow is really delaying Flash's entrance into this fight. There goes Killer Queen. Is on the backside and grabs his first kill. Blazers and Coated forced to run away, but Blazers hops back in. The perfect execution, nowhere near perfect, as Team Flash get 3 kills and a Drake.
Really unfortunate, actually. I thought H3 was actually a hero at the beginning of this play because the ultimate that had come out had stalled the rest of Team Flash for so long. I thought Luxury was just going to be able to blitz down the dragon, but they're fishing for a fight unnecessarily. This is more akin to what we saw in game 1, not to quite the level that we had seen. But you can see this. It's an engagement onto H3. He presses the ultimate, 3 members, and Nogo willingly walks over this, which is just not okay. And look at the dragon. It's below 1,000 health. Just turn on the dragon, take it, and walk out. You might lose a member, you might lose 2 members even, but you walk away with the dragon. And here, they re-engage unnecessarily. It was almost an amazing play coming out from the Akali to be able to find 2 assassinations, but it ends up being 4 kills and the second dragon of the game going over to Team Flash, which just so much that Luxury yielded.
And it's so bizarre seeing how Luxury played in game 1 versus game 2 versus now in game 3. There doesn't seem to be a lot of that consistency. They're making plays that, honestly, are head scratchers most of the time. There's a lot of damage there for Coated and Blazers, but you're never going to win that situation in a 2v5. And now, the Flash, with a lot of those cooldowns on the enemy team off of the table in terms of those flashes, they can start to look for a little bit more now and get this early to mid-game transition going.
And especially with the Jace being a massive beneficiary and the Jinx being a massive beneficiary of what happened in the early game, as opposed to Coded. I know Yolway talked about it. I think our old analyst set actually approached this, which is the range advantage that's held by Team Flash when you consider what happens in the later game. Yes, the damage is there from Coded. Yes, you get good damage from an Akali and from a Viego. But when it comes to being able to apply that damage, that is all a part of scaling. Blaze is trying to force a one-on-one against Nogo. Can't quite get it. Hovers here from Dante and Killer Queen, so nothing else to come about from this play.
But Luxury need to find something, right? That's kind of where we're at this point. Coated fair to him, applying a lot of pressure in this top side, despite the lead that Yoshino has got for himself. We saw how Blazers was nearly almost taking out No-Go there, but ultimately, if you're not able to translate it into a kill, then you don't have that extra time where that team member isn't on the rift. You can't push these advantages as far as you'd necessarily want to. Artie now engaging in the bottom side onto H3. He throws up that Unbreakable and keeps himself alive for a little longer. Dante, though, with this additional pressure, means that Flash will take down this bot lane tower. That's more gold into Slater, and we might see even more golden from H3, but that's not going to buy too you. Rockets continue to fire out, and Dante gets his first kill of the game. Flash just stepping up, making these aggressive plays, and Luxury not hitting back.
H3's shield usage has been so curious to me. I'm not sure if the cooldown is getting burnt ahead of time and they're playing around that timer, or whether or not H3 is just struggling to find the opportunity to use it. But now, 2 times in a row, it feels like that would have saved his life, or actually been able to make a turn of a play with Killer Queen's hovering, but it just hasn't been the case. Nice stun!
Oh, No-Go stunned, but the gravity field will buy some time, but not enough. Killer Queen on the board, Luxury on the board. They're not out of this game just yet.
Not quite. Yeah, this is another question mark for Killer Queen is, do you shift into bottom side or you shift into top side to try to make plays happen? It's a difficult decision here because Jhin is pretty much the only champion you have that does damage from range, but that bottom lane is already lost to a pretty significant effect. If you can get Blazes to a place where he's able to put out damage, if you can get coded into basically 2-item, 3-item territory, if you can get on a Hull Breaker specifically, you can drive away Yoshino really heavily from the side lane, and that opens up avenues for your team to be able to have places to strike back or at least mine gold from for the potential future. Killer Queen's got to make that decision pretty quickly though, because 15 minutes in, they're down 1,500 gold, 2 dragons. Second, Rift Herald's going into the pockets of Team Flash. They're slowly encompassing a lead the way they had in game number 1. Not quite to the same extent, obviously, but still, it's definitely on the cards here for Team Flash to be able to take a game in the same fashion.
Rebel, the timer that Flash is playing around feels very similar to a timing that Luxury played around in the previous game. They're grabbing this Herald with 30 seconds to go until the 3rd Drake. They don't even need to use it mid lane to get this tower down and to get that additional pressure. I feel like the nameplates have just swapped in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, and then also the 30 minutes before that, it swapped again.
Yeah.
It feels like whoever is on this this blue side is just taking the brunt of the action from the opposite team. And the swap coming in through from Team Flash, we were questioning whether or not Dante was actually going to have a massive impact. I don't think it's been humongous. I feel like Gigi Guy wouldn't have actually made too much of a difference as to whether this game was going right or wrong, but here we are. The charge into the mid lane doesn't actually account for all that much. The eye gets tagged. Blazes gets away as well. They're walking back. They've got control of this entrance of the river, but again, you have to be careful not to get pinched against the wall because, again, it's a low-range composition from Luxury. You don't want to give them the ability to fight you.
You really do not, but that might just happen nonetheless. Blaze is actually going through that Hextech onto the
That's
backside
awesome.
as Artie is taken low right at the beginning of the fight. Will be the first kill as in goes Cody, continuing to dive forward onto
What?
Dante. Luxury, they somehow find the play and they're going to be able to find this Drake. Blaze is kiting off on the other side of the fight, but will just escape. That was a bit of a weird one from Luxury. I feel like they kind of got away with murder there.
Yoshino and Slater are kind of trolling right now.
Yeah.
they boxed out Blazes and then they go chasing the Akali after the blind or after the Shroud had already gone down, after the Shuriken flip had gone down. They just turned with the rest of their team and Akali can't really join this fight. There's no real way to do it. You can see it on the right side. Look, Yoshino and Slater not throwing in damage. That's your jinx. That's your team fighting damage. This whole time, Dante and Nogo are like, guys, over here, guys, please help. I don't know, what possibly could have possessed them to do that? Because that was so strange.
They're just sort of vibing there. They just got the AirPods in, not listening at all.
Yeah.
But it
Yes.
feels like that is a crucial departure from the previous game.
It is.
It's no 3rd Drake for Flash. They lose the fight, so that sole win condition, that potential, gonna take a little bit longer for them to achieve that, which gives more time for Blazes and Coated to pick up these items, gives more time for Vit to... he's not going to be a massive hyper carry on this gym, but the burst that he can throw out against what is ultimately a very, very squishy composition from Flash is still significant. There's more time for Luxury now in this game that they really shouldn't have had.
There really is. I'm actually really curious what's about to happen. I'm looking at the build path for Coded, and I'm curious whether, because it's obviously going to be Bloodthirster second item. And third item, it's a question of whether Hullbreaker comes out, because at this point, I wonder if Luxury have just given up on the prospect of playing a macro-style game, and they're just like, if we're going to have to fight, we're going to have to fight. And so you go Bloodthirster Blazes with the solo bolo.
That was disgusting onto no-go. Dredge line, but not caught up by the hook, and now... just waiting on that shuriken flip doesn't get him away. Doesn't get him away. It's a solo kill, but it's gold going on to Slater, which is also good for Flash. I feel like neither team is going to be particularly upset with what happened there, but with that extra time being bought by the Akali, mid lane tower taken in favor of Luxury. That's a big one.
Yeah, they leaned 3 members and lost a 4th inside the top lane for against what was Blaze's Akali, and that means that mid lane tower gets broken open and bottom lane tower gets broken open at the same time. So it's not even a winning play for Team Flash if they end up not getting the tower. They are probably going to get this. They're giving it to Dante? You've got a Victor, a Jinx, and a Jace on this team, and you're giving this to your Zinza. He doesn't cap it. I think maybe leaving it up for maybe some tactical reason. Maybe he's just hoping that the minions take it, but... What a strange decision to have, your Jinx actually commit to the kill on top side and then not just leave Slater up there to collect the tower goal. That just seems like free goal. That's a really strange decision once again. Why are we getting this? Why are we getting these really weird calls from both these teams to do these things?
I think because fundamentally these are a couple of teams that have had disappointing splits. I think it's fair to say, like, we could have seen more from both of these teams, right? And these macro mistakes, I think, are possibly emblematic of the situation that they find themselves in, sort of towards that mid-lower side of the table. Nonetheless, though, Flash continuing to go forward despite a couple of those earlier mistakes. Slater getting rooted up, and another missed hook from Artie means that this inner tower will not be pressured out.
I think outside of the signing of Slater, it is possible, I think it would have been entirely possible that Team Flash did end up as a bottom of the table team. Just because they're trying out the rookie strategy, which is something that's had very big hits and very big misses over the last couple of years. But they struck gold. No-Go seems to be really good. We appreciate what No-Go's been able to accomplish. Ikigai is really good, but they're not using Dante instead. There's right budgets. Even Artie was a rookie just in the previous split alone. And so Team Flash is experimenting. So they're much more happy, even though they are particularly impressive in a series like this, taking victories against teams like Luxury, who I think is far more embarrassing to lose a series like this if you're Luxury, far more disappointing in a split like this, because of their ability to contest top of the table teams. To lose against Team Flash here would just be debilitating for your split, because it would be bad. So for one side, Team Flash losing this is almost the expected result, because this team still isn't quite at the top of the table, or at least considered at top of the table. But on the other side, like Luxury's on the opposite foot. They're considered to be at that position, and so a loss here would just be a little bit rough for them to have to deal with.
And Flash will want to make that a little bit more likely if they can pick up this Drake. Spawning in 20 seconds time. Luxury are investing TPs. They recognize that contesting this is probably a good idea, considering is a Hex Deck Rift, but with a poke that can come out from Yoshino, it's difficult for them to walk in. H3 throws out the Glacial Fissure, and the Curtain Call is used as well, but the damage isn't really sticking onto any members of Team Flash, and that means that those are cooldowns being burnt, so they're not getting you anything.
It didn't really accomplish all that much. It is actually a really great locket and a great hold in the middle of that river for Artie. And now Luxury probably just has to walk away. I don't know if they're going to full engage.
Potentially. Killer Queen's thinking about it. Blaze is going on to the other side of the fight as well. Would imply the Luxury want to get something done here, but the zoning tools with the Gravity Field and that Chaos Storm mean that they just can't walk in. And mid lane priority achieved by Team Flash. This tower's going to fall in just a second.
Very easy to snag that one up as Team Flash. They call the bluff of Luxury, who they're posturing for a fight. They're posturing, but they lose a lot of their engagement tools on the front end of that one. And again, a little bit of criticism towards H3, who again doesn't tag a Q, doesn't tag the ultimate, doesn't effectively use that one. And the Jhin setup wasn't really valuable either, because again, the gorgeous locket that came out from Artie kind of denied any final damage that could have been used to force onto Dante or anyone else. And now they get priority on the Baron as well. They're going to have to force on this fight.
They are going for it, but the Baron is already taken very low. Killer Queen looking around the other side, and he will steal it away, and maybe that's the play that Luxury needed. They've already taken a kill out of this fight, and it's going in their favor. Blazes and Killer Queen off the table, but with no AD carry, with no mid laner, it looks pretty difficult for Team Flash to play this one out. Dante is going to get stunned up by those concussive blows and will be the focus of Luxury. They needed to make a big play, and it came from that man in the jungle, Killer Queen.
That's a massive splash coming out from Luxury right there. The ability to steal a Baron away, right? It's one that doesn't like pop up oftentimes, but right there, the saving grace of this team, Killer Queen, who's been this massive kind of turnaround from his first split, where we got him like he was like splitting time with a jungler named Sorn, and he wasn't able to. He finally took the spot after enough time, and he came into his own in the previous split. And you see here, that's a heroic play to be able to snag that one away and force this situation where even the fight afterwards really goes heavily into the favor of Luxury after the Baron steal. The Baron steal alone would have been enough for this team to hang their hat up and say, okay, we've got ourselves back into this one, but the fight afterwards, everything is just cherry on top of the ice cream. It's a fantastic move from Killer Queen, and everything else that gets thrown into Blazes and into Vit and into Coded is more damage to stockpile.
They know that he's here. They are going to spot him out now. Artie with that stun, and Blazes, a little bit on the wrong side of the map, will dash into the Super Mega Death Rocket. Bit of a weird one there.
Yeah, Blazes is a little bit, he's taking a liking to taking that.
He's getting a bit hyphy.
Little bit. That's to say the least. That was some game one shenanigans right there. But, thankfully, we did not have Hextech Rift for that, because that would have been an absolute disaster. But in this case, yeah, just gets a bit hyphy. Wasn't expecting there to be a ward. Wasn't expecting defensive vision around specifically that area of the map. And now Team Flash, they're actually going to attack H3 and Vit. There's coverage from Killer Queen. They pull off at the last possible second. I love on the opposite side of the map that Coded is able to kind of flex into Yoshino, because he's extremely powerful with this sustained build. If he's got a hull breaker, that'd be cool too, because that means that there's no side lane potential for No-Go or Yoshino into this Graves, and the defensive bottom lane holds as well, so it just ends up being the kill traded for the tower.
Indeed. And Luxury sort of stabilize themselves in this game. Next couple of minutes are going to be crucial though, because Team Flash are still on that Hextech Soul, and even if Luxury, with all the good things that they've done in the past few minutes, don't pick that one up and give the soul over to Flash, then I think the power level swings back the other way, and even though they drop the ball around that Baron, Flash would still find themselves in the advantage.
It's a really interesting situation, but especially when you're considering the range advantage that's held from the side of Team Flash. Not only is it easier to use the Hextech Soul, because we don't get to talk about the power of what the actual like soul point does for teams, but the fact that it's a melee or a very low range composition means that it's much more difficult for them to get away when you talk about the AoE slow. The damage isn't huge, but it's impactful inside of a fight. But the big thing again is like if Luxury's kind of grouped together looking for something. Oh,
this is a little bit too far forward. Dante will charge onto him. The curtain call used once again very, very early in the fight, so it's not going to be there on the back half. 50 seconds until that Drake spawns. Coated has completed 3 items, not the Hull Breaker, the Infinity Edge Rebel. I think that kind of illustrates what sort of style he's going to be playing towards. But Luxury are quite split around the map, and that means that if Team Flash are able to stay as a group and able to pick someone out, then maybe with that advantage, non-even numbers fight, they can pick up this Drake. But Luxury, grouping together as a 4 in this bottom side of River, do not want to give this up.
You got a good amount of division here for Blazes to make sure he can walk in and potentially find a nice flank. He's going to find the ward that would spot him. He's in the back.
Yeah, Crescent Guard already used by Dante very early as he's taken to 30% HP. Coated now. Forced to ult defensively to get himself back away from that fight as Artie's going to get taken low, but Killer Queen is going to be the first kill of the fight. No reset for that Viego as Blazes goes golden right in front of 4 members of Flash. Health bars are low for Luxury. They're pretty low for a couple members of Flash as well. Can Coated make a hero play? Artie tagged up there with the Deadly Flourish. TP is going to come through from Blazes. And Luxury haven't given up on this fight. Drake is still low there. The soul does go over to Team Flash, but what can Blazes do on the backside? He's in a 1v4 in that Shroud, and he's not going to get a kill.
No.
The shock blast is huge, and it was looking so good for Luxury for so damn long. But all it took was a couple of oversteps around that Drake, and Flash are just going to be able to wipe them up. Coated heals for a fair bit with this Infinity Edge of the Bloodthirster, but he's not going to survive through the burst from Yoshino. And this push in the mid lane means that Flash, maybe they can grab a tower here.
And it's so upsetting because the number of times that we've seen in this game where H3 has lost cooldowns and they've been able to capitalize on it, they've been able to punish the time. What are we seeing?
Killer Queen, what are you doing here, buddy? Dante flashing forward, but he's going to turn around onto no-go! Oh my word, this guy's insane. He's going to get the resurrection. He said gravity, not going to buy enough time, but somehow that was a 1-for-1.
He pulls 1 kill, which is really, really kind of amazing here. Look at Blazes on the back line, trying to find a little bit of a pick into Dante. I'm curious, the ultimate got used right as the E also got used, and it kind of got burned at the beginning of the fight. Again, it's another cooldown that was used by the side of Luxury that could have gotten so much work done. Imagine if Blazes has this ultimate, not at the beginning where it does no damage, but right here. Imagine what the ultimate could have done. You could have burnt down Dante, No-Go, Slater potentially, and 3 members fall. But instead, everybody is low on the side of Luxury. They can't really infringe. Coded wants to go in so bad because all he needs is 1-2 auto attacks, but it's so easy to zone him away. It's so hard for him to make this happen. And Blazes, again, no ultimate, doesn't really have the full stopping power yet to be able to clean up that many members, and it's so close again. That getting brought down, everybody else getting chased down was just kind of again, it's a cherry to the ice cream topping that was the sole point that Flash has actually taken.
And as we jump out of that replay, we see Luxury trying to contest Flash around this Baron. They do get the first kill of the fight, but they're not going to get the Baron, and I don't think they've got a hope of winning this best of series. Killer Queen goes golden over the wall, gets zapped in the face by Slater as Vit is just being run down. The last member standing, Blaze, is able to find a trade kill back, but that's an ace for Flash. That's a Baron for Flash, and they're going to take this series.
All too easy for them to now walk it down mid lane. At minimum, they're going to be able to snag the inhibitor. I think they've got enough of a wave. The Baron buff alongside everything else should be able to win it for them. It came down to margins, little margins here and there. You don't think 1 cooldown can make that big of a difference, but when ultimates get burnt, when abilities that are really important get burnt here, Luxury weren't able to control those resources the way that they wanted to, and that means that Team Flash, they just get to punish them time and time again on the back of team fights that really could have made a massive difference when it comes to the burning of those cooldowns. Luxury, unfortunately, not able to make it happen. Team Flash end up as another 2-2 team here for the split. I didn't know walking in that we were going to have. They've already doubled their win count from the previous split inside of the winter already with just 4 games under their belt here.
And that third game, I liked it. It felt like a combination of game 1 and game 2. To a certain extent, there was a little bit of that sort of slow play. There was a little bit of that craziness. But ultimately, it was Flash coming out on top. We are going to jump to the desk now for a little bit of analysis on how that series played out.
Well, welcome back. This is the VCS English Analyst Desk. Thank you, Rebel. Thank you, Middlecott. Your lovely voices brought us every moment of that game, and we're better off for it. But we've got a lot of talking to do about why that has happened, because Dante's on a 3-game win streak, and that makes me uncomfortable.
He's
Very true.
Finally found the devil trigger. He's back, boys. I feel it was a very, very good back and forth game for the most part. A lot of mistakes on both sides, but overall, I think what really settled it was Luxury weren't able to get a lead and force enough control over objective areas to the point where their lack of engage started to hurt. We saw it at the back end there. So many low members. Coded wants to go in. Everyone wants to go in, but they don't have anything. They have a Brawl Mult. That's not good engage. That's pushing it.
Yeah, this whole game was weird. It started off very well for Flash. They looked like the game was. It actually looked like the game was over when it was 5-0. Slater was ahead. Yoshino was ahead after the first dragon fight. Then the second dragon fight came along and they misplayed it horribly. I actually kind of disagree with Rebel. Rebel on cast said that that Yoshino and Slater were trolling, but I actually think the other side could have try to also play with them, because they collapsed on the Hex Gate coming in from, I believe, Blazes. They wanted to shut down Blazes through the Hex Gate, and the rest of the team walked back into the choke point and died to the rest. So they were split, and no one really played together, so miscommunication there. But overall, I'm just super happy to see Yoshino perform, because I had a lot of doubts coming into this game after his Game 1 performance on Jace, and now he absolutely smashed the whole game. His team fight positioning was exquisite. He had one unfortunate miss in the shock blast in the last Drake fight, but even so, he dealt so much damage in and out, always changing between forms, going in for burst damage in the melee form, then back out, trying to poke. Last Baron positioning, super great as well, flashing away from the execution in the last possible moment while dealing a lot of damage too. So very impressive performance from Yoshino, and we know he's an amazing team fighter. Yoshino Slater together, they've won titles as the two main team fighters. So this was a little bit reminiscent of this old Flash roster, 2020 Flash.
Yeah, still want to see him clean up lane a little bit.
True.
He was kind of getting pretty handled very heavily by Coated, but his team fighting still intact, and a bit more practice under his belt, he can hopefully fix up his lane.
So, I mean, we have to kind of come down to the question of what do we think of these teams now? We've seen them go up against each other. They're two teams that I think we would put in a pretty similar tier with each other, particularly before the game. Where are we thinking now? Was this a misstep by Luxury, but they're actually still pretty good? Is Flash suddenly a contender? What do we think your way?
It's really hard to read into this series because the games were so different. Game 1 was just fist fight, scrim game with mechanics on display. Game 2 was super controlled and actually kind of the high point of Luxury. I think if Luxury plays like in Game 2, if they draft like they did in Game 2, they are still a good team. Then Game 3 comes along. Their composition makes little sense. They have no engage. Their support looks horrible. The whole series, the art didn't look much better. I think it was actually one of the lowest support performances across a series we've seen in a long while. Both of these supports just putting in very bad performances, especially in Game 3. So, I don't know, very hard to read. I think we've seen glimpses of their potential for Luxury in Game 2, mostly for Flash in team fights in Game 1 and 3. So, potentially, both of these teams could get better, but right now, I'm not too convinced by either side.
Marby, what's your take on these two teams?
We're yet to see SBTC later on in the day, but my current impression is that these two sit in a sort of pretty much at the same level with SBTC around that same point. I would say Flash is slightly more consistent with what to expect. Luxury can peak higher, though. But Luxury can also have Game 1. So much more variety out of Luxury. High peaks, absolutely. We saw a lot of those in winter. And so I think pretty comfortable in that 4 through 6 tier. And how that pans out, I don't know yet. But Luxury should be around 4, but can break into the top if they clean up their consistency.
I think my biggest fear for Luxury as a team is once again the tilt angle, because they're doing very badly in C games. They're almost out of playoff contention in C games. So I think one more loss and they're probably out of there. They're doing very badly now in VCS as well after starting 2-0. So it's looking pretty bleak in spring. And after having so much success in winter, they really need some sort of revitalization here soon. I mean, we're only 4 series in, right? It's still 10 to come. They could come
Long way
back.
to go, yeah.
But yeah, I'm very frightened for their mental because we've seen them collapse before.
Well, I think we are going to cut this one a little bit short so that we have time for our break and stuff, because with this going to 3, we have a second series coming up for you in not too long, not the hour-long break that you might be used to, only about half an hour. Don't go anywhere. VCS English will be back in just a little while for another banger series.
time for redemption. Those flags you wave, will they hold up? Don't cry for your vengeance. It's right there to take. Oh, if you want it, the world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Enter history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Go and rise for your nation. There's so much at stake. Will you show up? Oh, it's about damn time for a little salvation. Those flags you wave represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Enter history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Enter history. Pride and country.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get it on,
of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do?
Welcome back, everybody, for the second series here on Saturday night of VCS English. And a Saturday night wouldn't be complete without a second banging series to cover up the first. Or follow up the first, rather. Though maybe cover up was more appropriate. We have two of our better teams in the league facing off here. I've got Yulwei and Marbinogi with me. How excited are we for this second series?
Should be a good one. Should be a good one. Both of these teams are on the rise. SPTC very high up the C standings. Not so much in the VCS right now, but they're on their way there. So I think this should be the better quality series today.
Yeah,
And
SBTC
Marby, what
coming
are
out
your
with that.
thoughts so far on... Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, SBTC having that rough week one, which really impacts their how they look on just the scoreboards, but their last series was very impressive up against God, who it was? I think it was Luxury. Yes, it's Luxury.
Yeah, Luxury. But, yeah, so, I mean, we have to take a little bit of guidance from SEA Games when it comes to SE as well to point out just how close this one is. So I really do think these are two of our contenders. I still think Garm, far and away the best team in the league. I don't think anyone's going to argue with me on that one. But there's a mosh for second, maybe third, that kind of region that I think both of these teams fit into. So Yulwei, I want to ask you who you actually think is the contender out of these two. Is SBTC a contender first off? Or are we overrating them? And is Cerberus back?
So how do you define contender? Players or
For
title?
Second or third. No, second or third. At the end of the split. I don't think we can say they're going to compete with Garm quite yet.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of on the hype train for SPTC. They've really surprised me the last few weeks. Bot lane looks solid, Palette is back in form, 2T is the revelation in the mid lane. And yeah, overall I feel like they can contend for playoffs, which means third, fourth. Second is a little high for me, but yeah, I'd say probably yes.
And Marby, I'll throw that second question to you. Cerberus, are they back? Are the champs back in contention?
Not back in the sense that they are matching Cerberus of Winter. They are definitely not contending for best team in the league. That's just it's unfortunate because that's the bar they have to hit, and it's a very high one. They are still good. I think second and third is pretty much where they will land. Maybe if they can solve their issues, bring Yado back, bring Pun back. Maybe, I mean, they're not getting Ego back, so we know that now. So maybe we just run this one out. I think they'll work out to be pretty comfortable in second, third. Unfortunately, Garms feels untouchable right now.
Yeah, I do have to agree. And yeah, as you alluded to, we have confirmation that Ego will not be playing for the rest of spring. I don't think that's too much of a surprise after events played out. But we know for sure that Fook is there. And I mean, that really hurts Cerberus. I don't think Fook is necessarily the worst jungler we've ever seen, but he's definitely not a title contender jungler. Yulway, the woes of Cerberus, how are they patching things up?
Well, we are still in the examination stage for this new roster, I'd say. They merged the puppies top side with the Cerberus bot side, so you could maybe bring up the fun little three-headed dragon meme, but in this case, it's only one of the actual dragon heads is a real dragon head, because it's the Cerberus head, or Hydra, or whatever it is, and the other two are puppies, so they look quite funny. But so far, their top side has been looking okay. Like Jane, we haven't seen too many games, but he's looking decent. Poss is actually looking very good. Fook, I think, is the definite weak point. But if you have a bot lane that just solo 2v2 kills, I should say, every single game, you don't need that big of an advantage on the top side. Just rely on them. You have Artemis Ronopi, they're just going to run the show. And if the opponent is not named Gam, you probably win the game by default.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Now,
Fook isn't popping off, but he's got three pretty strong lanes, so it doesn't really need to be a superstar. He just needs to make sure he's in the right spot.
what I was going to prompt you on, Mummies, I know you have a bit of a topic you want to talk about mid laners, so I want to throw the floor over to you to break down some of the stuff we've been seeing.
Alright, so we have been aware of the state of VCS in mid lane for a while. In 2019, the correct play was to not have one. Run a top laner in there instead. But we've seen this role has risen over the years, over these past couple of years. Glory and Kati are the class of 2020. They came in, sort of showed up and put the current crop to shame, lifting up players like Blazers and Yardo to match. They've improved over 2021 and finally we've got a new crop in 22 to round it out. Jane, unfortunately, is replacing Yardo, so it feels a little bit bad. But him, Nogo, and 2T, we don't have to worry about this lane. It looks fine. It looks great. Jane's been fairly impressive. He's a little low on the damage share, but he's completely winning lanes. And look, 20% damage share when you're sharing with Poss and Artemis is kind of expected. Nogo,
okay, yeah.
Nogo looks a little bit slower, but he had a rough time against Garm. Actually, sorry, he had a very good time against Garm, but the team didn't. He was carrying, before this last series, haven't updated the stats yet, had 33% damage share. Absolutely massive performances out of him. His only real rough start was a game of Corki into Jane, and that was his only rough game so far. Prior to this last series, where game 2 didn't really work out. 2T, again, week 1, just disaster for that whole team. But the Viger, the Vex in the matches against Luxury, his performances at the SEA Games, huge. This guy is absolutely nuts. Can absolutely be the next big star. I really think that is fantastic. I would not. This is the way you'd normally expect a stat page, but 2 of these players have been on low-performing teams, so their stats look bad, even though the eye test shows that no, these guys are actually good. And again, stats are liars, and you should never trust them.
And
It's true, they're shifty.
Yeah.
I think...
And so, yeah, we know the bludge role of VCS is no longer the mid lane.
But this might actually be like the similar story to what happened to top lane over the last 2 years. When we started casting VCS in 2019, top lane was not a good role. Like, there were almost no good top laners. We actually said, like, everything is great in the VCS, but the 2 solo lane positions. And this has kind of
I blame Garm for 2019 top lane.
They had, yeah, but they were the only
They
ones.
took all
Like,
3.
Kiaya, Yoshino, and Zeros were all on the same
yeah.
team. So top lane was a really weak position, and now mid lane, everyone knows mid lane is the weakest position. And over the course of the years, slowly, these decent players have crept into the top lane position. We don't have Eureka anymore in the league. Hero is struggling to stay in the league. We actually have some very decent top laners now taking up the new positions, and the same is slowly happening in mid lane, only that we don't actually have great mid laners to begin with. So the new mid laners can just shoot up the rankings immediately to the top. So 2T, Jane, all of these new rookie players in the mid lane actually have an opportunity to put in a word for themselves as potentially even best mid laners in the server. So that's very exciting for long-time VCS fans, because mid lane has always been the position of huge trouble internationally.
Yeah. Now, this has been a really interesting deep dive. We'll have to see if those mid laners can live up to the hype Marby's given them with her excellent breakdown, as we do head directly into draft as SBTC takes on Cerberus. The bans are looking pretty as expected so far. I don't think we're caught too off guard here. Marby, what else would you like to see removed? What else would you like to see picked?
So Vanguard needs to be off the list for Cerberus. They should take that away because 2T plays that fantastic. You take away. Actually, the Gwen also is a problem, so you're kind of pinched in that situation. Hello, Yardo. Thank you for ruining my segment. But the Gwen taken away. That makes sense. Bring it. I expect a Vanguard. That's a fantastic Vanguard.
So they're trying another new mix of the plays, I guess. Yardo, Pos,
New permutation, yeah.
Yeah. We haven't seen this iteration, I believe, so let's see what they can do. Yardo over Jane. I mean, it still makes sense. Yardo was the best mid laner last split. It was pretty unanimous, especially on the control mages, so I was actually pretty salty at Cerberus for subbing out Yardo after he finally found so much success in winter, so I'm happy to see him back. Of course, I'm also excited to see more Jane games, but this way we actually have an opportunity to focus more on 2T, and 2T bring in the first pick, Veigar. So as we promised to Middlecott yesterday and also today to the viewers, Veigar is still very high priority here in the VCS, and with Veigar affiliates we're already looking at a defensive counter-punch kind of composition early on.
Yeah, no, I'd like to see where they put in that punch. Do we see a Nautilus or Leona? I hope we don't lean too far into it and give themselves no return. Thank you for the Nautilus, that gives you something to work with. They do have the slight possibility of falling into a range disadvantage. That is an option Cerberus can go for if they go for a Zoe or some kind of big long-range mid laner. But I think around here they probably want to just pick up something for their bot lane. I'm not entirely sure what, but Tam Kench seems like fairly fine.
So Leon and Nautilus will forever change to this support matchup, unfortunately. So, what a surprise. At least the Alistair's gone. Maybe we are going to see a promised land someday with a different support champion. Braum. Or maybe even an enchanter. No, that's never gonna happen. So,
Whoa, you're like...
we have another very high priority Viego here over other junglers. Hecarim is open, Lee Sin was open as well, and they opted into Viego. So Viego seems to be tearing up all the scrims in VCS instead of the Lee Sins, the Hecarims. And even the AP junglers have completely vanished from the VCS. Maybe it's just because Levi can play whatever he wants and no one actually takes it seriously, because he wins anyway. But it's DNK also back in, and we didn't touch on the jungle position, but Spot had some amazing performances for SPTC, so surprising to see DNK back in. I'm interested to see if they brought in maybe a Nidalee approach here, because DNK of course is famous for his Nidalee, or maybe his Nocturne, or if they have any other special jungle pick in mind to put DNK back in.
Yeah, I do feel DNK brings a little bit more flexibility to the draft in that he can reach quite deep and pull
That's
out,
true.
The Yasuo jungle if he so decides.
Please no.
Seeing the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, it seems they want to take away a lot of the early pressure from DNK, try and reduce his impact within the early game. So if he still wants to match that, yes, possibly the Nidalee, but doesn't really have great targets to work alongside that.
Yeah.
So
Nidalee
by
by guys.
Relegate a bit more to a Hecarim type position for not super early game impact, but you can still do things relatively early.
I'd actually like the Hecarim here just for even more scaling. It's already shaping up to be super strong, control-focused draft and team fights, so why not put in Hecarim on top of that? You can ult defensively, you can ult aggressively, start fights, end fights. Yeah, and Nocturne is more dive heavy, which it doesn't really fit with what Veigar wants to do in team fights, I think. But maybe you just have the Veigar there anyway to clean up anything that stays alive. This one is something we haven't seen too much of. I would be excited to have a Poppy in here, even though the enemy team doesn't really have too many dashes.
Yeah, but
It's good
I would
against
not
Leona.
want to see I would not want to see a Poppy in this comp, really.
Really? I think it's good against Leona. I like it. though.
Okay against Leona.
Yeah, the Hecarim is the tier list pick. It's just the number
Leona?
one.
No.
Oh, that's an insta-lock.
Ooh.
Last pick, insta-lock Silas for Yado. He's not really a Silas player either. He's not loading.
No, he's not.
So this is a pre-planned thing against Hecarim, I think. He saw Hecarim
Yeah.
and he wants the ult. He wants that ultimate.
But I feel like the ultimate, it's a good ult, right? In isolation. Sorry to cut in as not an analyst, but I do love my Silas. Hecarim ult is great. There's no question there. However, oftentimes against the Veigar, you ult in and you're like, ha! Oh god, now I'm in the baby stage.
Okay, so
And it's not like I can then just steal the Veigar ult.
devastating.
You kind of have to pick, and the issue with stealing the Veigar ult is balanced around him having squillions of AP, right? Because he gets it from his Qs. Silas just doesn't hit the same AP numbers.
true.
It's still a strong ult, but it's nowhere near as strong as the Veigar using it. And that's sort of the metric, is Silas using it as good or better than the natural user? And for Veigar, it's no. For Hecarim against a Veigar, it's very iffy. This Silas pick, I mean, I'm keen for it, but I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe, I forgot that they actually removed the ultimate from Veigar's ultimate because it used to scale off enemies' AP as well. I was like, oh well.
No, that's
if Veigar gets hit
that's
by
long
that,
removed. Yeah.
that's been taken off. That was also ridiculously stupid. Yeah,
I have to cut. I have to cut you off. I need a prediction from both of you, Marby.
I think I like Cerberus's comp more. Sorry, SBTC's comp more. Sorry.
Agreed.
Okay, so you're picking SBTC. Fair enough. Both of you are picking the chickens to fight back and take down the dogs. I have, once again, the pleasure, the honor to give you over to our lovely middle cot and our okay Rebel. Take it away.
Thank you for that introduction. Rebel, I feel like they've done you pretty hard there. That was completely not required.
If anything, it was actually a compliment. It boosts my ego higher than it is right now, so I'll take what I can get.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Well, yeah, we're here at the second series of the day. SBCC, when I look at this composition, it feels very competitive League of Legends. You've got a lot of zone controls, you've got your hypercarry ADC, you've got your split pusher, you've got a whole bunch of nice stuff. Cerberus, a load of short-range champs that just want to punch you in the face with Artemis trying to do as much damage as he can on the Jinx on the other side.
Yeah, I feel as though they've drafted pretty heavily into the Veigar, although the Silas has a ridiculous number of ultimates that are super valuable in a game like this. So we'll see what Yado has up his sleeve. I want to talk mostly about the substitutions that have come in today, because obviously we have quite a few differences. Yado coming back in. I think this was interesting. I know I was also salty that I thought that Yado wasn't really a problem in their first series, even though they were playing against the best team in the league. So to substitute him for Jane, I was like, I don't know about that one. So I'm happy they're giving him a second shot. The DNK substitution was also interesting to me. And DNK has had moments where he's looked like the best jungler inside of the VCS. And so it's always, to me, taking away somebody with that kind of a ceiling to their gameplay is sometimes detrimental. And so SBTC, to change things up and to go away from Spot, who is having good performances, potentially over DNK, maybe it's a meta shift thing. Maybe it's DNK actually stepping back in, being confident in play, maybe being able to communicate. We've had instances of DNK going on full tilt mode previously. So there's a number of things that actually change things up for both teams.
I'm always of the opinion that when a team subs out or subs in a player, whatever way they're doing it, that there's always going to be some sort of justification for it. And maybe it's a justification that you can disagree with in the long run, but there's always a reason. You don't just do that sort of thing for Zero. As whilst we were talking about that, both supports have traded Ignite, so a little bit less kill pressure on the bot lane as Artemis and Ron OP. Gonna take a bit of a cheeky recall here, get some extra power on this Jinx.
They will. They've got good pushing power, obviously, against the Aphelios with the Jinx to work with Rockets. And I think this is going to be a big boon to the team, as it means Artemis technically could play on his own in the bottom side, which I think is necessary because you had alluded to it previously. The low-range composition, even though there is a Graves, obviously, it's a low-range composition that could struggle into the combination of the Vigar ultimate as well as like the Aphelios. You've got Gravnum with the Moonlight Vigil, which is an absurd ability to be able to find engagements with. And you throw a Hecarim into all of this as well, where the fear can just completely, take away all of the power of an engage from melee champions. And all of a sudden, you've got this like ridiculous reign of possibility to deny all this low range any access to what is Celebrity or even 2T in the majority of the set. So I'm hoping that they accelerate this early and mid game to be a lot more interactive for themselves, so that they have better ability to control pacing in the later stage of the game. Because without it, they could run into problems, especially if Yado isn't doing particularly well.
But I think that a lot of that engage and sort of getting on top of SBTC is going to come from RunOP on this Leona.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I want it. If I had to pick a player that's sort of like coming in as someone who's not too familiar with the VCS, RunOP is a name that I've heard a few times, and he's making plays already. Palette now being focused down. The flash away. First blood for Fook, and now Celebrity is going to be the target. Forced to flash himself. That is a very high value gank in the bot lane, but SBTC do get something for themselves on the top half of the map.
Yeah, fantastic strike back on the other side from DNK, able to find something in response to what just happened. Fook 1 was able to pull the kill, which I think is good for the Viego to be able to fight with. And like you said, a good amount of this has to do with RunOP and the ability to get on top of another champion. That was a great example of it. And it's further punishing what is the side of SBTC, trying to get their Jinx ahead to be this big damage dealer for when the scraps actually start to come out. You can see this was a good engagement. I love that you talk about RunOP too, because inside of the league, like B gets quite a bit of credit, but RunOP I think is consistently considered our best support in the entire league. Poor Posh just getting run down, unfortunately. It's the Hecarim kind of pushing him back into the rest of that play. But yeah, the true play I think coming into bottom side being the important one to watch.
And we have seen that phage completed by Posh, so that would hint that it is going to be a Hullbreaker first Graves. Did see a Graves in the previous series,
but my goodness,
went for a bit more of a lifesteal build. That is a fair bit of damage from Yadao already.
Yeah, Yado showing off a little bit on this Silas pick to be able to actually get into the face of 2T. And then actually, I think the bigger flex was dodging around in the cage, making sure to take only one ability and give one stack of the AP. You obviously don't want that, but as a melee champion, it's not always the simplest thing to do. You did give up a little bit of wave pressure here. You can see that Yado's struggling. Oh, he's got the ultimate.
He's just going to go for this. The flash away from 2T, but over the cage. Yado goes, out goes the Primordial Burst. Solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, I seem to remember there was a time and a place where 2T was actually on GAM, which has been the rival team of Cerberus for the last couple of splits now when they've been competing for a #1 spot. And so perhaps Yado wanting to flex on some of the new mid laners, wanting to flex on an old rival of his on that GAM esports squad, just doing it to him on Silas as much as possible, taking his preferred matchup here against this Vigar with a melee champion is kind of a bold statement for his first game back.
And the early kill onto Fook 1 and the early kill onto Yadao means that these melee carries that we were kind of worried about for Cerberus being able to have that access will have more raw power in the fights. Yeah, that doesn't actually help you get on to Celebrity, it doesn't help you get on to 2T, but it means that you can survive a little bit longer, and when you do get that engage off, more damage means you're more likely to find these kills, to find these resets, to play out these fights advantageously. Again, bit of a calmer early game than our introduction to the day, but I feel like it benefits both teams in this regard.
Keep your eye on top side here, because there's a lot of action going on. 2T knows where Fook 1 is. DNK also knows. They're just trying to steal away the Krugs. You got to get the little ones, though. Those are the ones that matter. Okay, yeah, you're able to steal away a couple of those on the side of DNK. Gets him level 6 if they want to try to dive for Boss, because I don't think Fook 1 can actually supply all that much addition to what a dive would look like against this Graves, or against the counter dive of the Graves pick. But they decided to just pull away. They're not going to do anything else. It's just a little bit of counter invading to come out, pull a couple of resources, and now DNK gets to clear to bottom side where a dragon could be up on the table. So I want to watch and see 2T what he does with his wave, and then of course bottom side what they're doing with their wave. I feel like Celebrity and Palette need to be a little bit careful. It looks like they're pushing too hard, because if they're not careful, they're going to push it, it's going to bounce, and then all of a sudden if Artemis and RunOP decide to have control of the lane off the back of anything they decide to do here, there could be problems. But they're just getting a back timer. They're going to be able to redeploy about the time DNK gets to the bottom half of the map.
I think it's a decision that they've made where they've acknowledged that, okay, maybe the timing isn't completely right to be there, But if we're coming back into lane with extra power, that pickaxe picked up for Celebrity can mean a whole hell of a lot. But instead, potentially opting in for a little bit of a trade here. DNK starting up this Rift Herald, and if Cerberus can spot this out, they'll be able to take away the Dragon, but they don't appear to be starting it up. Once this goes down, there will be that global alert, and maybe they will opt towards that objective there. But as it stands, SBTC kind of getting something for nothing here.
I'm curious what kind of gold shift. This is a point where, like, I wish I could do this calculation in my head, but I know I can't. They're stealing camps away. They're going to try to get the red buff. They get a couple of tower plays. They actually get 2 onto Artemis solo, which is a huge amount of gold into the pockets of the #1 carry, as well as one of the better champions in this game for being able to put out damage from a range. It's pretty much the only thing they've got in a team fight that's going to be able to do things safely. And then you compound that with the Dragon, and all of a sudden, I'm actually a little curious what the idea is for your first SBTC, because it feels like they are the ones on the back foot of this play, since the Rift Herald is going to be able to net you 2 plates guaranteed. If you get a second charge, that's phenomenal. But ultimately, so far, Cerberus are actually the ones that come dramatically out ahead.
Early resistances get that stacking up. DNK might look for a top dive here. There is a ward that's going to spot him out, but the pony is a little bit too quick, and with the Hextech ultimatum thrown down as well, Poss has no hope of getting out of this one. Ult onto the tower just for the style points, and it's the first kill of the game for DNK.
Yeah, the wave did, however, crash on the other side, so they're not going to be able to step underneath the tower and get it quite yet, which I think would have been the intention most of the time here. So I don't mind that Poss was able to kind of close the space, and the wave being pushed on his part actually ended up with this play not yielding nearly as much as they probably could have gotten. Like, the fruits of the labors there definitely could have been spread a bit better for the side of SBTC. But they are finding strikes, and they're playing towards the Camille. We've actually seen Emperor kind of go crazy on this champion before. We've seen Camille's just completely win out games here in the VCS, and so it's not shocking to see that DNK is finding a way to strike on the opposite side of the map. Cerberus, they're playing to Artemis. They build a team around him for specifically that reason, and so it's unsurprising that they're playing towards him now. So DNK just finding what he can on the other side.
But then we talk about Artemis has opted towards this heal as 2T potentially getting jumped onto in the mid lane. The model's just a little bit too small, and yes, that is a short joke. But Artemis does kind of need to be the big carry here. But I feel like SPTC have got enough tools to actually get on top of him, and taking the heal as opposed to the cleanse means that once DNK fears you up, it's very difficult to actually get out of that scenario. You're down going forward. Stolen away that primordial burst. The chain lash used, and it's another solo kill for the Cerberus mid lane.
Rookie schmooky right now. We're talking about mid laners inside of the mid lane taking over the spots of some of our old guard, and Yato is having absolutely none of that discussion. He's flexing against TT right now with this Silas pick into the Vigar, finding fantastic chains, not allowing for this box to keep him away from the Vigar, to be able to zone him away from what he is doing at any given point. It's providing, 2T is not able to kind of stack the way he wants. He's not able to trade the way he wants, and Yato just crowding his space, currently commands a 20 CS lead and 2 solo kills against this champion. It's kind of insane what he's been able to operate on. I don't know what they did to him. Unfortunately, he has to be angry about potentially losing the job, and he's taking it all out on 2T today.
It just feels like he knows the damage numbers of this 1v1. Like, it's clean as you like, and I'm scared. I'm scared about what this sort of like mid-game transitions looks like for Cerberus, because they've clearly got a mid laner who is not messing around.
Yeah, and you throw in, again, you have some amazing ultimates. The Hecarim ultimate you throw in, you think about the Vigar ultimate against just the Vigar, but against anybody, it's going to be a pretty mean tool. And even like the Nautilus ultimate's a pretty valuable tool, not even just for the damage, but just for team fighting in general. You compound all 3 of those together, and it means there's never really going to be a skirmish or a fight for the most part that Silas isn't going to be having a massively impactful ultimate. So Yato getting this far ahead, kind of really detracting from what SBTC are going to be able to do. If they can find some kind of a dive into Artemis or anybody else, Yato could make a very riveting case into the opposing backline. And I'm curious who actually feels a little bit more uncomfortable, whether it is DNK and potentially Emperor putting enough pressure into Artemis, or whether it is Celebrity who's calling for a little bit of mercy for Yato.
Well, SBTC are going to pump even more resources into Emperor's Camille with the Rift Herald summoned up in the top side. I don't think this tower is going to be threatened, at least for a little while. Will just be those initial 2 plates taken away. Fuquan has made himself known in the top side of the map, but with SBTC not going for anything too over aggressive, will they need this Viega just yet?
And the conclusion of the Rift Herald saga, to bring it all into one finally kind of wrapped up bow, eventually they get 2 plates and nothing else, and the exchange was for 2 plates into Artemis and also the bottom side camps, and so it ends up being the advantage, or the advantage as well as the dragon for Cerberus. So checkmate, all things said and done for the side of Cerberus here. The Rift Herald trade, at least they're not flipping, which I can appreciate.
Yes,
Cerberus strikes on the other side, and SBTC, they got what they needed, right? They didn't use it poorly, they didn't lose it, they got the gold, they matched what Artemis was able to get. And normally we're seeing teams flip for like Rift Heralds. I know we haven't seen one in this series, but it happened all the time in Winter, so I'm really happy we're getting cross-map macro instead.
Oh, Pallet, you want to ward that Tri-Brush, don't you? You really want to ward that
He
Tri-Brush,
wants
don't
to.
you, Pallet?
He knows there's someone in there too. Oh, he can't even see, but he knows they're in there.
That's big brain. I love just throwing up the emote as well. It's like, I know. With that, though, Cerberus will actually transfer further aggression, stealing away this red buff, and DNK isn't really around to pick this one up, so kind of a free steal for Fook 1. Rono P might be paying for it with his life, though. The Chompers are going to be thrown down, but there's so much damage already on Fiona, and now Artemis follows him over. The zap gets a little bit of damage down, but it's a double kill for the pony. Yadao goes over the wall, but Pallet is going to follow him as well, as here comes... But if he gets jumped onto, it's flipped back around by Cerberus, and the resets have started to come through. Tuti's going to be the next target. It's double kill secure for Yadao. Make that 3 as one gets another. That was beautiful from the mid-jungle duo of Cerberus.
The attempted strike against the bottom side, and it's a blind hook that starts things off for Palette, because he's like, okay, they've got so much vision control. They're stealing away the red buff this whole time, and they've got the support of DNK, so they're like, we can make this play happen. They find a great dive into Artemis. You talked about how easy it is for this backline to get engaged upon by DNK, by Enper when the time comes, and right there was a great example, but the reinforcements come from the people with gold, the Viego and the Silas, show up at the right time once all the resources are burnt, and yes, Artemis probably feels a little bit salty about how that situation turned out, but I can assure you that Yado and Fook 1 do not feel salty in the slightest. They are fantastic in a position to be able to punish that. And I know Poss also teleported in for a play. He's happy because he got to pull the entire bottom tower. All those plates, all that gold into the pocket of the Graves. He's feeling much better in the side lane now.
Artemis might be bait once again. Rono P shielding him, but Pallet is here as well. Here comes Fook 1, though. It's another bait, and it's a kill for Artemis time around. Hextech ultimate take him down in the end. But this is another fight that Cerberus taking. Emperor, the next target, single-digit HP almost on that Camille. Heals up a little bit with the Divine Sunderer proc, because he's actually somehow still alive. Artemis thought they would have got more off that play and is not happy about dying for a time.
Nah, just the 1-for-1. You do force back Enper once again, and the side laning is just not there on the opposite side of the map. They decide to leave the mid lane completely open. Celebrity was trying to make a rotation potentially, so he's going to miss a little bit of that. But the biggest thing for Cerberus is, again, this opens up this Rift Herald play. You can see this is the engagement on bottom side, actually, which, again, props to the side of SBTC. They don't realize, I guess, that Fook 1 is coming from behind, because, again, vision control is not exactly their strong suit on here. But the reinforcements from the 2 Fed members, my favorite part about this is that, like, Yado's like, I'm gonna go get DNK, and he's like, wait a minute, nobody's there on Celebrity. Everybody left the poor ADC on his lonesome, and Celebrity's like, guys, where'd you go? And it just loses the fight for them, because now they don't have that much damage. Again, a lot of the cooldowns that were burnt from DNK were necessary to kill Artemis, but would have been necessary to win that fight outright.
Oh, speaking about killing Artemis, locked onto the tower, taken out by Celebrity. It's been a rough game for the Jinx, but his team's doing fairly well, although well, we'll get the stun down onto Pallet and trade it over. Leona actually alive for ages. SBTC kind of mucked up that dive at the end, but they still pick up 3 kills for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to kind of put all their pieces together in the mid lane and all at once just continue striking. And in the meantime, Emperor's actually getting quite a bit of work done on the bottom side, so that's going to be a tower in response as well. Poss thankfully able to kind of, deny any mid-tower push. Fook 1 had the Rift Herald. I'm surprised he didn't drop it. I'm guessing he thought... Yeah, I'm thinking he thought there maybe were more members that were coming towards his way than like actually were, as a little bit of the footsteps syndrome that came in from that right there. But yeah, it's good stuff from SBTC, able to actually make a pretty significantly impactful play. I want to make one comment about this Cerberus God, which is that Artemis has been taking the brunt of most of the aggression over the course of this game, putting him in a little bit of a hole. It's not often times that we see this from the side of Cerberus, but this is a game where I'm thankful that they're at. He's going to take even more.
Yeah, you're dead there, Artemis.
Oh.
Kicked in the face. That's rough. Oh, the thumbs up at the end. Come on, Emperor.
Painful.
Really?
Painful. This is a game where I'm actually really thankful that they pulled in Yato rather than Jane. I feel like it would be so hard for Jane as a rookie to step into this position, even into the same position where you're up 4 kills against your opposition in a lane like this, up against 2T, who's also playing the Vigar, who's able to deny you a bunch, and be able to put the team on your back and carry. Yato's been able to do it before. Yato's been able to do this, right? The experience is a position where it's like, if you give this experience to Jane, maybe Jane can do it, maybe they can't, but we know that Yato is capable of being up to the task. And it seems like right now he and Fuquan are going to have to do the heavy lifting for the most of this early game because of just how far back Artemis has been placed in this one.
He's not completely out of it. I would just like to say
not at
that
all.
Still relevant on itemization, has that Gale Force and is actually keeping up with celebrity in a lot of regards. So even with all this pressure thrown down onto with these death after death after death, I don't think that Jinx has really been taken to a place where she's going to be irrelevant. Now, Emperor forced a hookshot wall dive away as Yadao was in the area. 2 items complete on this Silas, that Everfrost, and the Zhonya's to buy even more time in these fights. He's going to be so difficult to kill, especially around this dragon fight in 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Oh, look at this. This is amazing line of control words that they've got in the jungle on the side of Cerberus. I can give them a ton of appreciation for that. Somebody is teaching them to buy the control words and throw them down in the jungle, and that's very appreciated. They're actually going to pull a full tower with the Rift Herald, might even get a charge of the inner tower as well.
And I think that's why Fuquan saved it in that top side. It means that you can generate this free mid priority, throw Shirley against this inner tower. Yeah, she's not going to take it down, but it means you've got the inside track for this Drake. And like you already talked about, you got a lot of vision there as well.
Yeah, the trade-off being, of course, that the inner tower on the top side would be worth a lot of gold for Fuquan, but again, it's much more impactful to be able to snag up this dragon, be able to kind of, make this mid-push happen and take away this dragon, setting yourself up for the soul point. It's a win condition for Cerberus that they're able to try to operate on here, which I think is pretty big for them, given the fact that, again, their composition is a little bit harder to play in the later stage if you're considering their lack of range that they've got up against their opposition.
And Rebel, I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit here.
Because
for me, on paper, SPTC, they look like they're in a pretty decent spot. You got 2 items on Emperor, including that Death Stance, which means it's so difficult to this Camille. And they didn't really contest against Cerberus on that Drake. Do you think that was just a case of they couldn't walk into the vision, or a little bit of a misplay? Playing overly passive, perhaps?
It's a good question. I think the biggest part of that is the lack of vision, right? You didn't have mid push. You lost a very significant portion of your jungle to enemy vision to the side of Cerberus because they were entrenched there long before the mid push had actually come through. The Rift Herald drove you back, so I don't think they ever had a real opportunity. If you overextend into this team, oh wow. Okay.
That'd have been very nice onto pallet there.
Would have been amazing.
Sort of playing around the vision in the enemy jungle, not interrupting DNK's back, using it more as a bait rather than anything. And after securing that Drake, putting themselves on the soul point, Cerberus have sort of flipped their attention a little bit more to the mid and the top side of the map with that Baron available. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, making sure to cover the bases of the possibility of SPTC being able to force them into a bad situation, which is controlling your space inside of fights. If Artemis continues to get dove on, obviously the impact isn't had. I know in terms of gold, he's not down in this game, but I mean, literally DNK has not stopped diving him, and I'm sure Emperor is going to double down on that when the time comes. And so when it comes to that fact from SPTC, they can't be burning a bunch of their mobility resources getting into a position to start fighting. They have to be ready to start fighting in the first place. Otherwise, Artemis can still take over a fight with this Jinx build with like the rapid fire cannon and the ability to really just kind of use the range advantage that they have. So that's, I think, the reason why the bottom side went poorly and the reason why now they're indexing more into the top side, because it's like, okay, if Baron is the only objective on the field, we need to be capable of stepping into the river to fight it if that possibility comes through. And also, you look at Cerberus, they have literally 3 ADCs effectively.
Yeah.
Like, Diego isn't necessarily one, but he's got the damage of one. So like it's a terrifyingly fast Baron that could come out from Cerberus, so they need to be ready.
I was not concerned is the right word, but when Yadao sort of like put down that ward, I was ready for Cerberus members to sort of like just jump into the pit and start it up themselves. Because like you were already talking about, there is a scary amount of damage on this roster already, even at the sort of 23-minute mark. I think going and starting up that Baron is quite risky against a lot of the AoE that SPTC does have. Veigar Cage, we're talking Moonlight Vigil, we're talking Hecarim Ultimate as well. If Cerberus aren't getting picks before that Baron, I think starting it up is very, very risky. And now they're trying to do that, but they might be getting picked themselves. Fook 1 goes into the cage, but it's actually going to be the Veigar jumped on T, running himself away with those predators now just to secure the advantage. Once again, SPTC, they're split pushing fine on the side lane, but they are corralled out of the objective.
They are. Made sure. Look at that vision line that they've actually got around this. These control wards are just menacing from the side of Cerberus. They're going to force out a TP from Emperor if he's got it available. Yado's here with the Hecarim ultimate as well, so you have to be careful with this engage.
OP being caught out there. Teleport is being channeled, and they're just disengaging. This is so smart. They're taking away one of those tools that SPTC need to get the split push going, and they're just, backing away from the Baron. We got what we wanted. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Once the cage had gone down just seconds ago from 2T when he was playing up against Fook 1 and they burnt the flash and a bunch of the tools, they wanted an engagement, teleported, or a pulse ended up in the right situation to be able to try to take the fight, and they burned the TP from Temper. It's costing them mid-priority because they didn't have it when they were working their way into the jungle. Now Yado and Pulse are going to push it back out. But you look at the possibilities of what you've got. I say that as both a legitimate word, but also as a meme because Pulse has TP. Actually, Rano P's getting engaged against everybody else is around.
Flashes back towards his own team, towards Yado, towards Pass, somehow still alive on the Leona. That Moonlight Vigil one will secure Celebrity the first kill of the fight, but that's a big investment onto only one target, and that means that Cerberus can start to turn it around. Fuquan going forward, gets the reset as well as Yadao is just diving into the backline. Doesn't give a damn about 2T's damage on this Veigar. Will chain forward, will dash forward, will take him out. Cerberus secure priority position around Baron, and now they're going to start it up.
And only losing Rano P during the course of that fight, Fook 1 was able to get out the back, and I thought, like, okay, if they lost Fook 1, that is a disastrous situation for them. Or not disastrous, but at least it means that they can't go for Baron, and they're going to have to reset, and it's going to be a full potential fight for SPTC, who died earlier in the fight, so their reset probably means they get river control on bottom side for the next dragon. But now with the Baron, they can set themselves up with faster back timers, they can set up their mid wave and their bottom wave. All they have to do is make sure that SPTC doesn't just run in a line directly at the dragon and take it immediately. You can see Artemis is already preemptively being here. Rano P's already showed up, and the TP from Pulse is going to put multiple members here. That means that the SPTC, they have to respect what is happening from Cerberus. They've got the Baron buff. They just have to slow play it, make sure the mid and bottom wave are going to get pushed out, and they're going to snag themselves the soul point as well.
And this is because of those sort of desync banks that we saw after that ban. We just saw Artemis go back, but the four-person core of Cerberus is more than strong enough to stand up against SPTC, to buy enough time to allow that AD carry to get into the picture. And yeah, we're looking at a Cloud Soul. That's pretty good on someone like, I don't know, a Viego. Resetting and running at 1,000,000 miles an hour sounds amazing. And now Cerberus needs to translate these objective advantages, these busts that they've got, into towers, into structures in SPTC's base.
Yeah, we love movement speed into a lot of champions, but as low-range champions into a Veigar feels pretty nice when you're able to outrun the cage every once in a while. Like, it makes the difference between you being on the inside edge and getting stunned by it and being on the outside edge and being able to step out of it and not getting caught by it. That's going to be a pretty impactful. Nice ultimate stack from Yado. He's able to grab up the Hecarim ultimate once again. They're just sieging, and I think that's all they really need to do. I'd like to see one person. They actually send two fully to the mid lane to be able to capitalize on the Baron push there as well. They haven't synced mid and bot wave, which is one problem. They kind of need to do that here soon enough. I think somebody should probably... it's tough to try to get that set up from this far out right now. So instead, they're just going to take the health chipping as it comes between the bottom and the mid towers.
It's a bit of a slower push. They do have a minute and a half on this Baron, so they can afford to do it. But with that wave pushing also in SPTC's favor in the top side of the map, then they really are forced to play on two lanes. Pulse being engaged onto now, forcing that TP away from Yadao, who's going to go forward there with the stolen unstoppable onslaught. Finds a load of picks as the Hecarim goes into the backline on the side. Ib is going to... But it's already 2 kills for Cerberus, and they are just cleaning up. It was a good start from SBTC. They stood up well. They never really fell too far behind in this game, but when it came to the fight, Cerberus were just that little bit cleaner. Artemis stays alive, deals out the damage, and game 1 of this series goes to the dogs. It goes to Cerberus.
It felt... It's really crazy, but every fight that felt like it was losing from the side of SBTC didn't feel like it was necessarily 2T's fault, but the way that Cerberus played around that Vigar E, that cage that usually would be such a massive deterrent for a composition as low range as theirs, was gorgeous. Especially Yato. I want to give just a special props to Yato for doing that in the laning phase and the rest of the game, but everyone played around that cooldown immaculately to make sure that they weren't going to get caught up in the stun, they weren't just going to get felled as soon as they started walking in for a fight, and it gave them real chances throughout the majority of the game. Like you said, SBTC didn't fall behind 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 gold by the end of the game. They were right there with him. It was just really solid decision-making and play coming out from Cerberus.
And to break down some of that play, we are going to throw to our analyst desk in just a few minutes.
No, we're not.
So don't go anywhere, because they're already here, apparently. Something...
Welcome back, everybody. That was an exciting first game of this series. And oh boy, I cannot wait for more. I have Marbinogi and Yulway with me to break down every moment and speculate on those to come. What happened in game one? Yado, he's back.
A little bit of a mid-canyon there. Wow, the double solo kill to start the series. Yada with a statement game, really. And 2T, well, Marby, I think we both hyped him up quite a bit, and he smashed us back down. Go away with your narratives, casters. Find something else to talk about. I'm not ready, apparently.
Yado, could you have like done that either at the start of the split or like the next series?
Tomorrow.
Like, piss off, mate. He played like an absolute man possessed. And that success spiraled out to the rest of his team. Fook 1 popped off as well. Artemis took a beating, and I think that is kind of what brought SBTC down, because they tunneled on Artemis every single time, and they forgot that Yado was 4-0. And then Yado got to be much higher than that, because they never looked at him in a lot of the team fights. They blew everything on Artemis, and Yado just carried. It's kind of catch-22, because if you focus on Yado, Artemis carries, but...
I mean, but you saw some of the potential for the composition in one of the mid lane, I should say, team fights, where they were able to single out Artemis and then also follow up under the tower. And you saw how strong this composition could be if mid lane wasn't in such a hole and the enemy mid laner wasn't able to run over 2 or 3 of you members. Then I think the composition still looked more than potent. But yeah, SPTC definitely with a little bit of a struggle towards. Honestly, only mid lane. I think all the other people played okay. DNK was invisible, as we know him. He was okay. He was alright.
Yeah.
But Enper in particular, I actually want to praise once again. We talked a little bit about the solo laners, and Enper, he's growing on me every single game I watch him. He's actually a very solid top laner. You can put on carries. You can forget about him. You can also play through him, and he was just dominating POS.
Yeah, I was very glad to see DNK get up there and help Camille through those rough early stages, because once Camille got gold, Enper was able to utilize that and do Camille things. It was very good to see.
So that's game one. Game two, if we presume that Yado stays in, I don't see why he wouldn't. What can SBTC actually do to keep themselves in this one, Marby?
So you're probably not going to get counterpicked. Or you can set yourself up to not get counterpicked like that. So yeah, the Silas was absolutely mental into the Vega, able to just dive in, get on top, blow the boy up. So that should stabilize the mid lane a little bit. Otherwise, I don't think there's too much wrong. Your drafting was good. Your gameplay outside of getting gapped by Yado was good. So just shore up a nicer matchup for 2T is the only real thing I have to say is priority.
High-level analysis is what you're guaranteed on the VCS English. Don't get mid-gapped. Typically it does work, to be fair. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'll also put Spot in because Spot does things.
I mean, true. That said, I don't really think the issue was necessarily in the jungle. But, Yulway, what's your take? How can Cerberus, without a mid lane counter pick, lock up a 2-0?
So I expect this draft to look entirely different, because this was very much a counter strategy by Cerberus, prepared ahead of time. They were ready to put in the Silas. They didn't even linger on the Silas pick for a second. It was insta-locked. So I think this is a typical game one kind of thing. So I expect this game two draft to look very different, not only because they're on the other side, but also because game one was just a one-off. So I think this is going to be more standard. Maybe Zeri first pick, maybe a Viger, and I think Cerberus can be very confident in their ability to just play standard and be the better team. They have great team fighters, they have great carries. They're maybe not the greatest players to set up their carries, but it's good enough to win today. So I feel like Cerberus doesn't need to do anything fancy.
Well, with that, we are going to head into the draft to see what does change. Cerberus, of course, now over on the blue side. See what comes of this one as the bands are rolling in. Vex, Gwen, LeBlanc. Okay.
That's the Yado Classic.
It is a Yado
Okay.
Classic, but it's not exactly a meta pick at the moment.
No, but I think if you're not feeling you have an answer to that, you've been given that free ban with the blue side and Gwen, so you're probably feeling quite comfortable. Now you have to make the choice between the Vega and Zeri. I would probably ban Zeri and just say, because I wouldn't be really saying Yado. Yado has not shown it. Artemis is Artemis, and I'm fairly sure he's played Zeri already, so I think you just take the gamble on the Vega. I mean, you're kind of stuck because you don't really want to pick it now either, knowing that Silas is available, so we probably won't see that until, like, in blue second pick or after.
Yeah, I don't think Yado would be too concerned with the Silas counterpick. TT hasn't shown it to us, if I'm correct. I don't think Silas is really in this wheelhouse. So, and even if it were, I think Yado should be confident enough to say, yeah, I can do this, but you can never do this to me because I know how to play the lane better. I like the Jinx pick away from Artemis to maybe put him on something that's even easier to dive, even though they were actually quite successful shutting down the Jinx. But in the end, in the team fights, Artemis was still dishing out the damage, so potentially forcing him onto the Aphelios, which can be scary in the 2v2. I actually think Aphelios for Artemis and Ronopi is probably an easier setup to get early kills, but maybe a little bit less scary in the late game. And Jinx Nautilus is a pretty decent lane as well. Ooh, we haven't seen some of these in a while.
Kalox could be a very...
Artemis,
could be very
Caitlyn.
Kate Karma is probably slightly better overall because Karma is absolutely cracked at the moment, but plus you can speed up your Viego later on in the game, so Lux is the standard and well practiced by the bot lane of Cerberus, but if you just lock in a Karma, I think you're doing a lot better.
Give me Nami.
No one wants to see Nami. Nami is not good.
No one wants to see a Leona with Caitlyn. Yeah,
Oh, see
girl.
that! That is true.
Ugh. It's Ronopi. The only time Ronopi plays Enchanters is when everyone screams at him and says, come on, play an Enchanter. He actually had some very good Enchanter games, but he never wants to play those. So back to Leona it is. And he's an amazing engaged support player, so I can't really fault his team too much. It is kind of ridiculous to see second rotation Caitlyn not paired up with the super strong laning support, because what's the Caitlyn here for? If not for dominating the lane? It's like, it's a little
Slash
weird.
run IP put Huber in. Huber would play
True.
with
Give me this, the Huber
Huber
Sona.
would do what he was told to get a game.
yeah.
D&K will be getting the Hecarim. This time they immediately ban away the Silas. Don't want to allow that counter pick again. All solo lanes still up in the air as well.
It's definitely a Veigar setup. They want to bait the Veigar again, saying basically Cerberus, okay, you had one counter pick to the strongest champion in the mid lane. Do you have another one? We are confident enough in 2T to give him Veigar again. Okay, Anivia, it would be something Yado I would associate with Yado's playstyle.
Can
no
wall
bad
out the
angle.
Hecarim.
I'd love to see it. I love Anivia as the champion. I haven't seen her in ages, but I don't expect it to happen. Veigar's gonna get banned.
That's the Vega. It just took a while to load in,
So
yeah,
like,
Anivia's great. My first love of League of Legends was watching Froggen's Anivia, so
a lot of people
it's my heart.
are very similar, I think. But I think it's just a Victor Oriana trait, most likely. You could go a little bit more aggressively in terms of mid lane picks for Cerberus and go full-on topside control with early pressure, and bot lane just does their own thing. That's one of the setups you could go for. I expect Victor here because it's open and it's a very good champion for Yado. He's shown more than just proficiency on this champion. Also counter
Something
pick.
exciting. I want him to
Ooh.
like crack. Ooh, Ari. I mean, yeah, she's super strong at the moment. We're on 12-3. This is reworked Ari, obviously.
There we
Totally
go.
amazing, and there we go. Locked in.
I mean, it kind of plays into what I just teased. Very strong topside early game control. Leave the bot lane alone. Let them do their own thing and play top lane aggression with Ari and Viego. They should be able to control the Hecarim.
Jax. Okay. Is Jax Camille matchup? Oh, surely not.
An old classic.
Are we in 2013?
Oh,
I mean,
I was gonna say, if 2T could just throw the gauntlet down and be like, you can counter pick me, I can counter pick you, but no, he just goes the Orianna.
Where's Westo when you need him?
Long since retired.
Good question. Where is Westor? Where is Westor? Anyway, we have our comps. Your way. I'm gonna go to you first. I want your prediction, but I want a detailed breakdown as to why.
So in terms of prediction, I don't think I can really provide you with a good reasoning. I just think Cerberus is the better team today. The Caitlyn Leona is something I always want to see lose, so people are actually go to Caitlyn and the supposedly good supports. But I think their player strength today, their form is just a little too strong. So I think Cerberus just win by hand diffing as SBTC. In general, I do like both compositions of that. I think they have a lot going for them. And in terms of just pure team fighting, I actually really like the side of SPTC. So it's really just a name prediction for me.
Fair enough.
I think
Marby.
I think fairly similar. This top side is fairly interesting to me because I think whatever you can, if you can pop off and get either top laner to get a good lead, they should roll over the side lanes. And Emperor I particularly want to see get gold funneled into him so he can actually lock down Yardo, stop that dashing around nonsense with his Hextech ultimatum. But I do think Cerberus will take it in the end.
Fair enough. We aren't quite heading onto the rift, so we do still have plenty of time to chat. Evidently, just a bit of a delay. Should be resolved momentarily. Can we go over to our casters? Oh, there we go. We have rifts. So of course we can. We will go over to our illustrious duo, the wonderful, the magnificent Rebel, and the verbose Middlecott, who I'm sure has plenty of Ari stories to tell from your time on the LJL. We'll go over to you guys right now.
Thank you very much for that, Cax. I get verbose again, Rebel.
Yeah.
And you get
I'm running
chatted up even more.
I do get more. I'll give you another one. You're verbose and you're also erudite. How's that sound?
Oh, I like the sound of that. I do just want to start off this game because there was a certain player last game that really popped off, and for some reason I wasn't calling him by his name. Yardo, this time around on the Ari, looking to pop off once again. I apologize for getting your name wrong in the previous game, but let's get some more highlight plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Today, Yato, unfortunately, you've picked the wrong day to play Ari because Faker played Ari for the first time in a very long time, or actually, he's played it a couple times this season, but it was an amazing performance just this morning. And I know this because Nymera decided to tweet about it just as fast as humanly possible, collecting as much Ari content as he can. I'm convinced there's not an Ari game on Earth that he doesn't watch. So... This is going to be put directly up against the tape of Faker this morning, so I am expecting very high things from Yato in this game.
Well, I mean, game one, I don't want to call it Faker-esque, but it was definitely going in that direction. And SBTC have gone for quite a standard composition. I feel like here, again, a sort of thing. You can play out the mid-game just fine. And for Cerberus, it's something a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, Cerberus have themselves drafted, I think, a more complex, in terms of draft and in terms of team fight, a team like that. Because you look at the other team and it's pretty simplistic, right? You have ball delivery system with big AoE, you have shockwave, and then you've got AoE ADC. That's like the most basic of combinations. The only thing you're missing is like a Jarvan in this somehow.
Do you know what this is, Rebel? This is me and my mates in gold and plat queuing up for Clash going, how can we build the best composition that we possibly can?
This is exactly like the stock standard of what people think when they think 5-on-5 composition. Ball delivery, Orianna, big AoE, like ADC. Then on the other side, you have a lot of differences, right? Because you've got tons of pick potential for Yado. You got this incredible siege potential from the likes of Artemis in the bottom side. And then you've got Pos in this counter matchup in the top side as well, up against Enper's very talented, very solid Camille that showed its head in the previous game as well. It was doing well in that game as well. So it's a matter of Cerberus really wanting to play A2. I love that Yowei used the term hands, because they did show they were really good players in the previous game. And this is another example where, again, their individual skill can really come to light very heavily with a composition like this.
And someone that kind of had a bit of a disappointing game last time out was DNK's, reprising his role on the Hecarim and never really got going, I think, to a full-on, to sort of the proper degree that we wanted to see. Starting off with a gank in the here, but one being in the area, two not quite in range of the spectrum wall, so nothing ends up happening.
Yeah, instead, both junglers just kind of pass like ships in the night through the mid lane, and they're both hanging around a little bit longer, too. Neither one of them wants anything else. In fact, one spouts out Palette. Here's DNK back in the mid lane, but unfortunately, again, Yado's got the charm, able to run away with the W. Palette is not there ready with the hook immediately, and so because of that, Yado just soaks a bunch of pressure for absolutely nothing. It also allows for a slightly faster back timer here for Fook1, which gets him onto the sheet a little bit quicker. If he could keep DNK on the map, all of a sudden, any interaction between the two, the Viego is going to feel fine.
So, Rebel, we saw a couple of solo kills from Yado in the previous game onto 2T. Do you think we're going to be seeing something similar time around?
I don't think it's impossible. Ari's got some really impressive damage. The changes they made to her made her feel incredible, and they made her feel strong, and it didn't actually take that much, which was kind of cool. And now the champion, I don't think it's perfectly situated to try to challenge an Orianna if 2T's playing it properly. But the way that Yado played in the previous one, I don't think that was actually, it's not often you could say a Silas is going to be finding a bunch of solo kills into a Vigar, yet there it was in the previous game. So I'm not going to leave anything on the table.
And they saw how strong Yado was, so they want to pressure him away. That's a free flash taken, but the charm actually under the tower onto Pallet. That is a crucial flash. If he didn't get that one off, if he takes one more tower down for first blood, and that's not how SBDC want to be starting this one off.
Not in the slightest. Importantly, right there, I think it was Yado's mana bar that really kind of restricted what happened, because obviously Palette going under the tower was not the play. The W that came in from Pook1 wasn't quite enough, but if a charm is there as well, and you throw that into the mix, then there's almost certainly an execution onto Palette, whether he flashes out or not. You could just follow up with the rest of your abilities to come through, but fortunately for him, there was not enough mana in the back pocket of Yado, so waiting for that itemization to come through, get onto the Lost Chapter, that kind of thing. The Corrupting Pot's going to get refilled. The Sork Shoes are actually here as well, which prompts for Yado to really want to dump damage into Tutti just as fast as he can.
DNK thinking about potentially getting a play off on the bot side there. We'll just go back instead as Fook1 is entering the top side. Emperor has the Hextech ultimatum should he wants to use it, but it's just a bit of chip damage for the Jaeger, but he's actually going to turn it around on Fook1. The flash comes.
Wow.
Oh, that was damn close, but ultimately Cerberus come out ahead.
Yeah, that last auto attack coming out from Emperor was nearly the death sentence onto the Fook1 here on the Viego, but thankfully Pos jumping in, getting the stun, getting the auto attack, and then also the kill, getting the shadow prevented any additional damage from coming through at the last possible tick, which was rather nice, meant that his jungler was safe from the play. It was about as close as it could get, challenging the level 6 Camille, not always the greatest of plans. Emperor clearly showing proficiency of the champion, but a play that works out nonetheless. I want to see this back. I don't know if the actual end goal of this was so it's super easy for Fook1 to actually take, because this was humongous. Look at that upfront damage from Camille. Okay.
That was pretty gross.
Yeah.
Apparently that's a late game champion, by the way.
Apparently, if that's the case. When this champion gets onto like Cinder and then you throw a Death Stance into the mix, I feel like AD champions just cannot fight her in the slightest.
Oh, it becomes incredibly difficult. Pos is teleported back up to this top side, picked up the plated steel cats for himself. He's already in this counter matchup, still scared of the damage that Emperor's going to be able to put out. Did pick up a turret plate as well, so is fairly accelerated on the Jax as it stands. We'll have to see how that pans over. We did have a fight in the mid lane, though.
Oh, actually, yeah, Fook1 getting run down by Palette. The Ignite actually certainly gets the kill right there, as 2T unfortunately missed the shockwave and it is just going to be a kill in the back pocket of the Nautilus. So a little bit of shenanigans back and forth in this mid lane. Yato trying to use that ultimate and the charm to the best of his abilities to get that kill onto 2T. Breaking out the Ahri is a great strategy. I'd like to see more of that. I know Fuk1 did not find success right there, but again, if you're able to get Ahri onto 1-2 kills and you start into some of the better itemization for the champion, she can do some really crazy things when it comes to damaging. And especially if you can play into your bottom side, get Artemis going, that is the definite recipe for success here for the side of Cerberus.
And I think that's why SBTC have been funneling so many resources, so many ganks towards this mid lane. They really don't want Yado to have a repeat of his Game 1 performance. They don't want him to be freed up on the mat to make these roams, to enable Artemis, who was so oftentimes in that Game 1. Instead, though, we'll go towards this top side, help out Fuk1, take out this Rift Herald, pop that down somewhere, maybe top, maybe mid, get a couple of plates onto a carry.
And it's interesting because at this point in the game, if you put a little bit more resource into Poss, it feels like that top lane just kind of wins itself and you don't need the Rift Herald up there. But the Rift Herald could put him into that position in the first place. Breaking the turret actually means that all of a sudden the Camille really does gets to interact more with the map. The wave gets shoved up a little further. It gotta buys time for Emperor. And Ajax doesn't really accomplish that much on a map. So while it is gold in the pockets of Poss and Fuk1, I feel like this is better situated for the Ahri just because, again, breaking down the mid lane turret is so much more important than the top lane. I know it's going to net them a lot more here because it seems like Fuk1 and Poss can even potentially make the dive happen against Emperor after the Rift Herald charges. Nah, they're going to back off from this. I was hoping they would force it and then go for a dive under the tier 2 tower, get the kill, and get the tower, because that is an absurd amount of gold you would have been able to throw into your carry.
I think maybe if Henta hadn't made that earlier players, hold on, Rono P getting charged onto the unstoppable K throw. Team knocked up, taken down. Celebrity with the first kill of the fight. The reset means Artemis is now being... So Pallet just tanking up the tower, being a bro. Super Mega Death Rocket not there in time, just a kill.
Easy enough. The bottom side getting aggressed against, and DNK finding a strike on the other side of the map. Once again, it's Fuk1 taking that Rift Herald, playing it at top side, and a response gank to the other side of the map for DNK. Trying to find, what was Artemis? Artemis unfortunately had the flash and the 90 caliber net and the heal. Wasn't able to get his support out, but was able to keep his own life up. But at least there are strikes from SBTC getting something back in their pocket, because again...
Shockwave, Yadao does land the charm onto Tuti, which means he can't go any further forward. That was... honestly, Rebel, a little bit close for comfort for me.
Yeah, it's definitely a much more close mid lane state here. It seems like 2T's a lot more comfortable on this Orianna than he was on the Vigar. Perhaps that's a situation where it's like, okay, Orianna's been a champion that's been in the meta forever. Like, she's never left. It's not fair. But Vigar is not somebody who's always in the meta. Vigar just kind of pops in every once in a while, usually as like a select pick. And so, especially like our analyst had alluded to, but prior to game number 1, we talked about how, okay, they might be scrimming on the modern patch. Maybe they've been working on Vigar a little bit. Maybe they haven't been working on Vigar as much, knowing they're going to be on 12-3. And so we don't know how much experience that 2T has actually had on Vigar in terms of competitive experience against this opposition. Clearly enough to pick it in game number 1, but perhaps not enough to really solidify himself into a position where he feels good on that champion, as opposed to this Orianna, which is looking great so far.
I don't think that either of these teams have really solidified themselves so far in this early game, though, Rebel, because 1-2 in terms of the kill still, gold advantage over to Cerberus. Both of these compositions have scaling in pretty much every lane as it stands. This Ahri possibly the only one that's going to get taken down. Yadao, it's hooked out beautiful from Pallet, and DNK secures the kill.
Really interesting decision making there from Yato, because again, the ultimate is available to take him actually higher up in the laning phase, so you can walk up towards your blue buff instead of walking down. I know that would have actually kind of probably infringed upon your ability to come back to the tower for a time being, and would have meant that they would have taken a couple of plates onto 2T. But the difference is that Palette has an angle to flash hook you if you go back towards your tower instead of fleeing upward. There's a reason you have that space above you, and it's to use it. So a mistake right there from Yato, unfortunately getting completely whiffed and getting brought down. Definitely not looking the way he did on the Silas in game number 1. It's very early, obviously, so that it's not that big of an impact, but still, it's at least a notable difference in the perhaps it's the comfort of the play between, again, the Ahri and the Silas.
And I think it's key that you point out that it isn't particularly similar to game 1. This has felt like SBT a little bit less just sort of over the objectives to Cerberus, which they used to snowball into that very, very rapid win. We must remember that in most of these quick, stompy style games, you've got big gold leads being accrued very, very early on. But that really wasn't the case. It was Cerberus playing around the map better, utilizing the map geometry and presence that they had to secure those leads, and meant that SBTC never really had a chance to get into this game. But as it stands, they are in a much better position this time around.
You're feeling a lot better about their position in a game like this. Because, again, they've got a very simple composition to try to execute as well. It's all that it takes is the ball being attached to either the Camille or the Hecarim to be able to throw them in.
Oh, Flash is over that Solif player, but it's going to matter on that kill as Poss is being a great side. Not going to be able to survive much longer as the dive comes through in bot lane, and it's a second kill for Fook1. In that, Jinx is now going to be able to do a lot of damage to this tower, maybe even threaten it once the plates fall off.
Wow. Legitimately, utilizing Celebrity, the dive was nice because once they found the kill onto Paulette behind the tower, there was no way that Celebrity was actually living through that. You see the damage there from 2T punishing. And the other side of the map, once again, a strike from DNK, reading the map properly to find something on the other side, while the jungler here from Cerberus is playing into the bottom side. The difference is Artemis is the one pulling gold yet again. I wonder if he got the kill during the course of this, whether Fook1 actually took this one in the end as well. It did end up going into the pocket of Fook1, even though the turret plates were split between them. So ends up being a pretty positive play altogether for the side of Cerberus. They get themselves a 1,500 gold lead somewhere in that rough area right here, even in exchange for Poss. But again, there are comfort things that are coming through for the side of SBTC that just weren't there in the previous game.
Ooh, DNK may have overstepped, able to run away very, very quickly with that pony. Emperor will join this fight now. Pallet throws out the death charge. In comes the hookshot wall dive. Can't even throw up the counter-strike. Second kill for Emperor.
Tragic situation. Boss getting kind of dogpiled here in the top lane just as fast as they can get here. And it's multiple members making that strike, which is interesting because the Jax had gotten off onto a pretty solid foot, is actually on relatively even itemization compared to Emperor. Emperor's got the double longsword with no completed boots versus the completed steel caps, which is, there's benefits and deficits to both of those things. But one way or another, the Jax and the Camille are relatively on the same footing. It's a question of what has Cerberus gotten in the rest of the lanes, right? Right now, 2T's doing fine, actually kind of winning out against Yado in the mid lane matchup. And so it to me comes down to bottom side, where it's like, okay, how much has Artemis got him? How much has Fook1 got him? How much are they going to be able to leverage those two champions into attacking the remainder of the map?
It's going to be difficult because I look at this Viego. I don't really see an easy target that you can access onto. The Ori and the Jinx are going to be stood very far back, and if you're trying to 1v1 Emperor, if you're trying to 1v1 DNK, I don't think that you could take those champions down fast enough before you get collapsed on the other side. So I think Cerberus need to be careful how they're playing around Vision, make sure that they're finding these flanks so they can actually assassinate these priority members of SBTC.
Yeah, this is the time where I think Yado has to start making an impact across the map. This is the first one he's going to have.
Well, he's doing it there. The Everthrust thrown out. DNK hasn't got a hope in hell. Poss with that one. Bit of a freebie.
A little bit. Pretty nice to see as well to actually come out. Fook1 also on the hover in the mid lane means that, Paulette looking maybe for something aggressive, but the second Rift Herald gets dropped here as well. Oh my goodness, they're just snowballing this mid lane play.
Oh, rooted down under the tower, but crucially, Fook1 not taking the aggro. Now Celebrity is going to be the next target. Way too far forward. Here comes Emperor. The shockwave will not collect on over to Celebrity. The burn down from the Ignite from P secures one over, and that means that Cerberus can continue to push for this Rift Herald. They get another charge going down.
Oh!
Connecting through onto 2T as the Chompers are thrown out by Celebrity. Tower's going to be the focus, but here comes DNT. The Jax is gone. Celebrity gets the reset, but can't go further forward. Objective trades, kill trades, tower trades. Who's in favor?
And that's a situation right there where, like, SBTC, they're trying to salvage the best that they can right there in the mid lane, but they weren't able to get enough players together at one time to really make a meaningful kind of, push back against the play that was happening from Cerberus. Cerberus had three members entrenched there all at once, and at no point, right here, it's Paulette on his own, kind of at the front, Celebrity throwing in a few pot shots here and there, but that's about all you've got. Rift Herald starts tanking the tower as soon as Fook1 gets out, and that means that the tower is here. So now it's just Celebrity, who gets engaged on by Fook1. He has to flash out the back. Now all of a sudden it's Emperor on the front line and nobody's there as well. 2T comes in from the side for a bit of support, but again, it's one by one by one by one. Now 2T is the only one that can stand forward, and it keeps going until the second tower goes down.
We're getting a DT Rebel. Deep TP here from Yardo. Palette, DNK going to be the focus. Celebrity but instant cleanses. The Everfrost, though, will lock down SPTC. DNK taken out first in that fight. Fook steals over the body, and Celebrity will be the next target. Double kill for the Viego.
Excruciatingly good teleport, and followed up by an amazing angle on the Charm to be able to find a member in the backline. Celebrity, I don't know how in the world you could predict that you were going to get hit by that, but the fact that the cleanse came out so quickly meant that he knew that Yado is capable of that kind of thing. That was really amazing, and even though the cleanse comes out perfectly, they're still able to find the kill, all things said and done, which is big for the side of Cerberus. Now, what does it get you? Where are they at? Like, there's nothing on the map. Like, that's the one thing that kind of makes me mad about this. If there's a dragon, like, it gets you a kill, it gets you 2 kills, that's great. You get summoner spells at a Celebrity, that's another big thing, and you have a minute until dragon, so there is that. Pushing in the mid lane, pushing in the top lane, you get a couple of lane resets, but ultimately, it's like a very sexy play, but it didn't actually accomplish all that much, unfortunately.
Yeah, not got a great personality. I think probably the best way to describe it. A few wards placed by Cerberus in SPTC's jungle, but those are going to be cleared out, and they can continue to walk forward towards this Dragon Pit. Would be second Drake for either of these teams, so not one that you want to int for, not one that you're happy. If you could pick it up, not going to feel too bad about that one, and it is actually SPTC who currently have the inline track on River.
They do. They're the ones standing here, and they're the ones with the composition that are kind of really good at abusing when they've got the proper positioning, because it means that, of course, Orianna can control spaces really well. Oh, Poss kind of finds himself in the face of Emperor. That's not going to be too much. Engaging the other side.
Oh, Fook going in. Shockwave on to 2, and starting the fight well. If PC fan, that's already 2 kills. Artemis actually fairly happy to deal as much damage as we can, as Poss is getting 1v1 by Emperor. Fight. And despite the gold lead, SPTC have the position, and that means they can take the fight, and they can take the Drake.
I was a little hesitant at the beginning of that fight to say that 2T's ultimate was good, but it turned out really well, because there wasn't much engage behind everybody else, right? If Rano P gets caught up in it, if Fook 1 gets caught up in it, and those two go down before any engage comes through, it means that there's no space for Artemis or Yado to really do a bunch of work. So while, yeah, Yado came close to finding something, Poss didn't go down and was actually doing okay in the one-on-one until he started fleeing from Emperor. Again, the two main kind of engage sources for this team going down right at the beginning off the back of 2T is a bit of heroics from him. So props to 2T on the Orianna, who, again, performance this game has been a lot better. That was a great indication of it being able to deny any sort of counterplay into the river. It didn't even need the Hecarim, didn't need the ball delivery of the Camille either. Was just a really well-placed kind of shockwave.
And now, if I'm an SPTC fan, I'm feeling pretty happy about how this game is going. The Caitlyn, the Leona, didn't shut down Celebrity in the early game. He's actually ahead 4-2-1 on the Jinx. Accelerating towards that third item as well. Your solo lanes are... Whilst on paper, Cerberus, they've got the gold lead. I think SPTC could be happy about where they are. Palette potentially overextending to clear out that control ward, but Cerberus don't want to pull the trigger. And now I'm all thinking about this Baron, because if there are a couple of picks off, if there is a team fight that goes heavily in one of these teams' favors, that Baron is a big objective that you can play towards.
Truly is. Both teams are wrestling away vision just to make sure that they have the angle on this. It's a really weird place to be in the game, just because it appears as though, like, Yado is playing this as a little bit more of a split pusher, kind of similarly to how he was playing the Silas, which isn't as valuable as the Ahri. As the Ahri, I feel like you really want to try to contain space in the middle of the map. You want to be able to use your pick tools effectively to try to find members who are in the midst of rotation. I know you were pushing specifically for that to come through right here, but again, where are you at on the map? You're redeploying through mid lane. You're not finding any of these angles. You're not finding lapses of vision to punish against the side of SPTC. So the champion, it's good in team fighting, don't get me wrong, but one of the biggest values is that charm coming through fight.
Palette engaging onto Fook 1, who's full Heartbreaker away. TP channeled in from 2T as well. Just ends up being a trade of cooldowns, but Baron still on the table. Mid lane priority being fought for very aggressively by both of these teams. They do not want to give this up. They do not want to give each other the opportunity to start up the big purple worm. Reset's just going to come through. No one's hyping.
Not at all. And again, the wave was pushed back out by 2T, and that's going to get caught by Yato, and he's going to push it back out. So this top wave just keeps getting bounced between the two mid laners back and forth, which to me is really important because, again, eventually this Baron's going to be a massive impact, and nobody's been able to split push effectively on the top side of the map here. I know Yato really wants to start it, and at some point he could be able to push really far and go for that top tower, but it might have to require some sort of bottom side pressure giveaway where, like you talked about, what would be the next dragon being perhaps the trade-off for that top tower and a lot of gold into your RE. Ooh, fights.
Pallet missing that hook and now just gets comboed down. Ooh. Shockwave onto 2. There's a fair bit of damage and means that Emperor can rush for the rest of it. But he's taken low as well. The Gale Force more hit. Yado secures that one too. Stopping here. DNK running away. The flash charm and a double kill for Yado. 3 off the table. Cerberus go to Baron.
Yeah, see, right there, that's the value of Yato. Yes, he wasn't perhaps the greatest laning Ahri in the entire world. He hasn't been able to find any really legitimate picks outside of some of these fights, but inside of the fights, inside of the flanks that he's able to generate, he's looking great at using this charm effectively. And now, DNK is going to have to force something here just to make sure the Baron doesn't completely cause the disassembly of SBTC altogether. The Baron's down to 3,000 health. DNK is going to have to make a move, but they have full vision of him.
Hecarim still has the ult, and Celebrity is doing so much damage. Poss throws out the counter strike and takes down the Hecarim. Beautiful play by Cerberus. They secure the Baron.
Oh, really tragic. The rest of SBTC, Celebrity specifically, wasn't really in the area either. I was hoping they would be able to pair together some abilities and try to go for a steal, but it just ends up not being the case. Instead, Cerberus gets to walk out of that massively ahead now. They get themselves multiple kills, they get themselves the Baron buff, and all of this off the back of Colette missing this massive hook. He's trying to fish, and for what purpose? If you hit that, this is even worse for situation for yourself. And look at this, how many abilities missed. You missed the Emperor hook shot, you missed the ultimate coming out from Celebrity that could have put pressure into this team, and that means that you lose so much at the front end of this fight. Now it is no longer about the Shockwave winning out the fight for the side of SBTC, but instead the missing tools on the side of SBTC that go into the void that cost them the ability to win out in a fight like this.
Honestly, Rebel, it looked like a bit of a hands check there for me. SBTC tried to engage the fight, and their hands, I don't know if they were cold or something, but ultimately, player wasn't there. And now Cerberus have secured one of those big objectives, have secured not a decisive advantage, but one that they will not be upset about having. And with this push, it means that they can secure some more vision around this Drake, and the stacking that SBTC were sort of looking towards as a potential win condition, not really there anymore.
Taken away, definitely. Because now the dragon count is tied at 2, so you gotta wait another 10 minutes before you even have an opportunity at a soul point between one of these two teams. And the team fighting is really what you want, especially, right? It doesn't even matter if you go up to all 4 dragons. If you're giving them away in exchange for massive fights, SPTC is okay with that, because again, they've got the 5-on-5 composition. They want to be playing around the massive neutral objectives in a fair and reasonable fight, where they're able to put their Hecarim or their Camille alongside this Orianna and use those tools together. But unfortunately, now that's not even going to be an option. If Cerberus wants to, they could ignore the next Drake and use it as a bargaining chip to go for Baron, to go for Tower somewhere else on the map. And there's not really much that SPTC can do about that. Now they can't really fish for the fight that they're looking for.
Fuquan potentially fishing for Emperor. And do you know what? I really like those trades. I really like when a team recognizes, well, yeah, we don't need to fight for this objective. Maybe it does give Soul Point over, but if you're taking 1-2 inhibs, maybe some Nexus Towers as well, it's a worthwhile trade.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any team that is willing to make the call not to contest a neutral objective has always won my heart, especially here in the VCS.
Emperor, though, contesting onto Rono P, who is locked in the Hextech ultimatum, goes golden to avoid the Death Rocket, and now the rest of Cerberus can join the fight. First kill for Fuquan as he's going to dive forward. Jinx, but it doesn't even matter, and this is what Cerberus do. One overstep, and they punish so hard.
And immediately, they've got a wave coming in, too. They've got 30 seconds on these members, and QT is the only one up and available. I think this is going to be the end of the game. I think this is going to be Cerberus taking this over SBTC. There were bright spots, but Cerberus were the dominating team on the day. What a series for them.
2T does have the Shockwave. He's in a 1v5. He needs to make it. He gets it onto 3, but it's not going to be enough. Goes golden to buy a couple of seconds, but will just fall down. Pallet hooking himself into another death. Cerberus turned it on in the mid game after that Baron, after a few picks. They turn it through. They take down the Nexus, claim a 2-0, and
It's little tiny mistakes from SPTC, right? If it weren't for that play from Paulette, you would think that this team actually would have had a legitimate chance to scale into the later stages. We were really loving the way that this Orianna was operating, the way that the shockwaves were landing. I thought 2T looked great in this game before that play, but that play kind of tore everything apart. The Baron buff was more than enough gold to just win outright. And what a performance from CES. They had themselves a different roster coming into last week. They bring back their veteran mid laner, and they looked amazing doing it. Big win, big statement for the side of Cerberus, being able to say themselves, now I think they have definitive control of that second place as well, being the only 3-1 team in the league.
It was an impressive performance by them. There was some good stuff from SPTC there. It didn't feel like a 2-0 series in the way that they're playing these sort of early games, but as soon as that sort of 15-20 minute mark came around, Cerberus just turned it on and they were able to finish so cleanly. For a little bit more on that series, to break it down from what we saw, we're going to be heading over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Thank you, Middlecott. Happy to take over. Oh, we good? Happy to be here. Happy to break down the series, and what a series it was. Cerberus is back. I've got Your Way and Marbinogi with me. Your Way, what's your take on these two games?
Yeah, Cerberus, I think, has put in a very good word for their campaign to defend their title from Winter. Today, they looked revitalized, they looked great, they continued to trend up, even against another team trending up in C Games and VCS and SPTC, and they finished both of these games faster than GAM finished them yesterday. So Cerberus, also cross-referencing them to GAM, looking maybe even a little bit cleaner than those guys over there.
Marby?
Yeah.
What do you think of these two teams?
I think like you're walking away kind of disappointed from SPTC, but because it felt like most of what was going on was good, but just execution errors, and that really hurts. That really sucks. That the ideas and the compositions and all that are in place, but execution falters. In that game in particular, I was feeling that that big problem that has been haunting DNK for at least 2 years. He is a coward. He's slow to. He doesn't want to pull the trigger on his own. Even when things aren't going away, even in that fight, that play where Paulette dashed it, like went for the hook, missed, Enpa comes in and tries to work with him. And I feel if everyone commits, if DNK follows in with the ult alongside, Enpa feels more can then use his ultimate, the ADC and 2T can come in and try and make something happen. They can turn a bad play into a better play by just all working together, but nothing came together. Just a little... yeah, it's just DNK. I keep seeing these problems and it's never fixing.
Yeah, and I mean, and this is something we talk about a lot. It's better to have one bad plan than 3 good ones. It's just do it together. You have a better chance for success. So, we've now seen a couple of teams today, or this week rather, that might be in contention for just below GARM. Because I don't think we've seen any team quite show the dominance of GARM quite yet. Maybe Cerberus gets back there, but not yet, in my mind. Who is second? I'm going to ask both of you. You have the honor of being first. Who's second right now?
I think it really depends on if we are trying to answer the question who gets closest to GAM in the direct matchup against GAM, or who is second in relation to all the other teams in the league. Because my answers would actually be quite different for both of those. If it's the
I mean the second.
Yeah, if it's the latter, if it's just comparing the teams to all the teams, in the league, I think Cerberus is the second best team. They have very great fundamentals. They have strong individual plays. They can carry from multiple roles. They have super strong lanes. Their jungler is getting better and better and fitting into the team. So I feel like just on average, Cerberus is probably the team with the higher floor and should perform more consistently against all the other teams. So they would be my pick if you asked me for that one. Yeah.
Marby, do you agree?
Pretty much. I think the only other team really in the conversation is the Buffaloes, and yeah, I can see like the argument's not a bad one at all, but I feel like a lot of their strength comes from pre-planning, and if things go awry, they are more likely to fall apart. So whereas Cerberus don't have as great fantastic early game plans, we will execute to perfection, but they always have the hands to check you. So Cerberus.
Fair enough. Well, it's been another fantastic day of VCS. God, I always love these. It's a bit weird for me. I haven't been on desk in a long time, but I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad we could have someone like Middlecott on. Fantastic cast. I hope everyone enjoyed him. I hope he enjoyed himself as well. We'd love to have you back. And of course, Rebel Fox, star-studded member of our cast. Amazing as always. And of course, my two friends here on the desk. Your way, Marby. Thank you for letting me pick your brains. Use your intelligence to appear smarter myself. And with that, I believe we will say goodnight. We will see you here tomorrow. Same time, same place, same VCS action. Good night.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity.